Stop streaming to me.
Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome. I don't know what this is gonna be. This is gonna be a weird one, chat. I hope you're ready. This may just be an absolute shit show. I've got IGP with me though, so if it's
Yay.
don't be too excited.
The water's getting cold, dude.
We're just hanging out. It's getting cold. You want me to fix that? You want me to fix that for you, man? All right, I got you. I got you, boo. I'll turn the bubbles on. There you go, buddy. You're welcome. Warm it up just a little bit.
Thank you so much.
You feeling warmer, dude? You feeling warmer?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Hold on. I'm gonna set the mood. I'll turn on a little bit of music, a little bit of light jazz, a little bit of lo-fi hip hop, maybe. You know. All right, we'll get it going.
Lo-fi hip hop.
You know what I mean, dude? Have I ever told you that I can't swim?
Yeah.
Might be a problem.
And that's it, folks. That's all the jokes we got.
That's it. All right. Stream
that's
over.
The hot tub joke.
Shortest stream ever. That's all the tricks I got up my sleeve, guys.
Yeah.
So there's supposed to be stream chat over there, and there is, but you can't see.
Oh, I see it. What did you do?
See anything that you guys say? So I got to try to fix that real quick.
Oh, it's because you stretched it.
Yeah. What do you mean? Because I stretched it.
Go to
it's
OBS.
Too dark. Do I need white?
We gotta. Yeah. First of all, yeah, definitely that.
Change it to white text. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Hold on, chat. With everybody, palms down. Everything will be fine. Fuck. White. Does that work? There we go. Hold on. Is that gonna like auto update? Do I have to?
I think it will. Yeah.
Everything disappeared. That's a good sign.
Yeah, and then as new chats come in, it should be.
Maybe I need to do I need to refresh it?
Maybe. Has anyone said anything?
Yeah, absolutely. People are saying things.
Oh shit! It's all off. What up, all off?
I don't know what you're talking about, chat. I'm totally not syncing at all. I have to like take it offline, or can I just hit that refresh button and it'll work?
Probably refresh. Maybe, I don't know. But you're gonna have to adjust the transform.
We just killed the chat. You couldn't read it anyway. It was supposed to be a whole thing. I should have changed it to white text for. Hey! All right, now what do I got to do to fix it, man? What were you saying I got to do?
Fuck it. There you go.
Take a minute.
Okay, so in OBS, right click, unlock the source, right click it.
Okay, unlock, right click.
And reset the transform.
Reset
it's all stretchy.
Reset the transform, all right.
That was the problem.
And now what do I do?
Hold on, I gotta see it update.
Oh yeah, it's like a 10-second delay because I'm at 1440p.
Okay. Now,
hold on, dude. I'm a little hot. Hold on.
Yeah, it's
fix that.
You're drowning also.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know how to swim, dude. I can't keep my head above water. Are you gonna help me?
I'm very curious how two big ass dudes like us are fitting in this fucking small ass hot tub. True. To be fair.
See, but now I gotta do this. Doesn't this?
Right. So okay. So you're gonna right click. You're gonna right click the source and go to properties. No, don't stretch it, brother.
I fixed it. I went back already. I promise. Okay. I'm ahead of you. Don't worry.
All right. I know. I'm just telling you. Okay. Right click and go to properties.
Okay.
And then in the width, reduce the width.
Right click.
Whatever the
properties. Okay.
On the source.
Okay. It's 800. What should I reduce it to? Like 6?
I don't know. Like, yeah, maybe 500. Because then I think it'll word wrap. Hopefully.
Is it word wrapping?
I don't know. It's not updating for me.
You can't wait. You gotta see.
It amaze.
Having a little trouble talking there, man. I was underwater.
What does that say?
My job.
Wait, which fucking message was that?
Is that better?
It looks like it's cut off a little.
Does it?
But that's fine.
No, it's not. Don't lie to me. The people, the fire rises in the people. Okay.
You might have to check Stream Elements overlay and see if there's a word wrap option, sir.
See if there's a word wrap option. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how to rap though. Hold on, give me a minute. That was a bad dad joke. Chat, listen, this stream is happening because I didn't know what to do, and IGP I guess wanted to hang out with me because he's an amazing lunatic.
Well, I was hoping we'd play a game, but this is much better.
Yep. Yeah, we'll probably We'll probably play a game. We're looking for a text settings. So we have pick a font, enable custom
I wonder how many people
font.
remember. I wonder how many people remember this hot tub gimmick.
That this was your gag and that you made all this. They're probably not going to remember.
From how many years ago was that at this point?
It's when I first started working for you.
Was it?
You got pickles, Nula? I want fucking pickles.
Ew,
dude. He's saying we're playing hide the pickle, man. I like I know you don't like pickles. It's okay. There is no text wrap option.
Okay.
By the way. So if someone types too long of a message, it's not gonna wrap. Is that what this is?
It's probably not gonna wrap, no.
I changed it to 600.
Which is weird because I feel like it
look better.
Is there a setting inside of OBS that does that?
Is there? Like if I go to properties?
I'm looking, hold on.
No, there's nothing there. And then I just gotta...
Oh, I mean, you could if you had a custom CSS code.
Listen.
Stop stretching it.
Why?
Because you're shrinking it down. It's harder to read, brother.
But then it's like nobody. Should I just put the text on the screen without the background so then it can go across our faces?
Sure. But then it's gonna be. But then the lights, the candlelight that we set up to set the mood is gonna get.
It's gonna get messed up.
It's gonna make it hard to read, brother. You could add shadows maybe to the text.
Yeah. I can add a text stroke. Yeah. You're right.
I can give you a stroke while we're in here. I'll give you something to...
Listen, man. It's getting cold. I got blue balls. Get it back. Okay. Hold on. This is surprisingly relaxing, Mari said. With the $9.99 super chat. Mari, you legend and rockstar. Blurry finger blessings. Redhead Player with the $2 super chat. I remember when Indy did this on Twitch one time. Redhead Player, you legend and rockstar. Blurry figure blessings. So someone did remember. See that, dude? Look at that. And then, oh my God, so many people. There's too many people to hold on. I feel bad. I'm making IGP set here.
Wait, it is word wrapping, but it's like word wrapping. Oh,
what?
I know what it is.
What?
In stream elements, you need to set the size.
Okay, what do I set the size in stream elements? It's at 800, 1200. Just shrink it?
800 width, so do 500 width, and then it should, yeah, maybe.
Widget is locked. Unlock it in the layers? Oh, what?
This is such a mess.
Dude, this is a huge mess. We decided to do this on a whim. 500, is that what you said?
Big Sexy, he's drowning. He can't swim. He naturally floats 1 foot under the surface of the water at any time.
You got a problem, Big Sexy? No, I'm just kidding. Hold on. I'll get to the other donos here in a sec, guys. I promise. Technical difficulties right now. It's kind of hard to do this when I'm underwater, guys. All right? Everybody calm down.
You should have a voice effect whenever you're under.
Yeah, I just do that myself. Hold on. I got to refresh this. I sound like an idiot. Yeah, I know.
Turkey.
God damn it. I didn't know I had these songs mixed in. Fuck. Can't have that. I just want the stream shitty stuff. Okay, is chat back? Okay, that's looking better, right? Right?
Yeah, man. Someone needs to type a long message for us to check.
Oh, no, don't do that, Skilly. What was it? You want me to hold shift?
Okay, it is. Yes.
It's word
wrapping. But also, why is the left? Yeah, it's word wrapping to the size you set in stream elements. Stop stretching the fucking text, dude.
Just leave it there. But isn't it over top of our hot tub? The black layers?
Yeah, but then you shrink the whole thing down. Why are the names getting cut off? Did you move it to the left?
No. What do you mean?
The names are getting cut off, brother.
Oh.
The names are cut off on the left side.
I got it fixed. Hold on. Dude, I got like 17 things going on right now, okay?
You're also drowning. That's one of them.
I'm also drowning. All right.
There you go. That looks like great spacing. Stop messing with it.
Okay, hold on.
That looks fucking phenomenal
right
from
there?
my point of view. Well, it was about 2 seconds ago, but that's fine too. That's fine. Just fucking leave it alone. Let the chat pour in. Let's see what it looks like. It should be wrapping.
Okay. I still
Mari
gotta
is
refresh
typing
it.
a long message. We're gonna see if it pops up.
Guys, I'm between like 4 computers and 5
Dude,
spaceships
it's so
here.
fucking hot in here. Turn it off.
my look at my cheeks are getting red, dude.
Yeah. Well, that's because we're naked in a hot tub together. You embarrassed. Is the chat gonna work? Like what the fuck is
there
happening?
we go. Yeah, I'd say, man.
There it is. It's wrapping.
Is it working? Then we need enough chats to fill the screen so it looks like I'm actually a real streamer.
You know what's really bothering me though?
Okay, what's bothering you? Let's get it out in the open.
There's no padding
there.
between the background edge and the names and the wrapping of the text.
God, dude. All right, I don't know how to do that. I don't even know how to do that.
It has to be in Stream Elements. There has to be some way to add some padding.
Here. No.
Margins, or they're called margins. Look for the keywords margins or padding. Did you find it?
No, position size.
Also, I agree with Ryaim. Darken the background more, so do like 0.7 instead of 0.5.
You know what? You know what?
You know, also make sure the margins are on all sides because it seems to be cutting off weirdly on all sides. Just do it. We could blow out the candles.
Where's the background? I don't even remember where the background now is.
Oh,
how the fuck did I put it
under the layer?
Yeah, somewhere. What was it? 0.7?
0.7. What about the margins?
What do you mean? I don't find any margins. There are
There's no margins. There's no way.
Bro, hold on. Let me save this so that the background is darkened and I can refresh it so everybody can see it. I have to do all of this between 2 PCs and 3 different monitors.
Fucking wah.
The way my
I get to
setup
stream
is.
for a living. Wah.
Shut up. I'm gonna stream to you on Discord.
Cry me a river. Why did you leave
Just
me?
the 2 of us.
It's funny. So is he saying like, cry me a river, why'd you leave me all alone? Is he saying like, fuck you, you did this to me? Or is he just like completely switching subjects in the middle of the chorus? Because it's like, cry me a river, but then he starts crying.
You just gave me an existential crisis about the song Cry Me a River. I don't fucking know. Can you see my screen now? Can you see? I'm sharing to you outside of this.
Yeah, I see it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Go to settings.
Yeah, settings and nothing to do with it. Okay.
Okay. Position,
Please
style.
Excuse this, chat.
Position, size, and style.
Yep. Boom, boom, boom.
Ooh, top left. Ooh.
That's where I had -10, and that was cutting off people's names. So
yeah,
then
so
I
do
fixed
10 instead of -10. Do 10, dum dum.
Well, then what does that do? I don't know what that does.
It creates a padding, I imagine. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like it cut off people's names again.
It did not.
What did it do?
I don't think. I don't know.
Oh, I gotta reload.
Oh, wait. I think that's just a position.
Are you sure?
I think that's just a position of it, yeah. Which means that should work. If it's the position.
It should? All right, hold on.
Oh, margin! Right there! No, go back!
What do you mean? It will go back. What?
No, go back to the properties of YouTube chat.
This?
No, in OBS. OBS.
In OBS? This?
Double click. Yes, properties. In the custom CSS, you see where it says margin 0 pixels? Type 8 instead of 0.
8?
Yes, and then hit OK. Okay, hold on.
And then I gotta go fix the.
And then you gotta.
I gotta go put this back to 0.
Yeah.
All right, I'll put it back to 0, and I'm gonna save.
I don't think left did anything. It doesn't look like.
And then I gotta refresh.
Let's see.
Hold on, I have to refresh every time I do this.
Yeah.
And then refresh.
And
then it'll be here. Dude, there are so many things happening over on my notifications over there. I'm so sorry, guys. I appreciate all of you. You're amazing. You're all legends and rock stars. Blurry finger blessings. I can't.
It didn't fucking work.
I can't get my fingers. What do you mean it didn't work?
It didn't work. It didn't create any extra.
It says auto overflow hidden. You can still see
I don't
what
know.
I'm showing.
Yeah, see, this you shouldn't have to refresh. When you change this stuff, it should automatically change, but I don't know. Remove auto, maybe?
Remove auto? What if that fucks shit up, dude?
Probably. Just add it back. It's just text, it's just code, man. Like literally, it will run exactly what you type.
All right,
It's
well,
not
the chat,
inconsistent,
now the chat's
like
not
this
coming
fucking
back
stream.
because it's not auto, dude.
It didn't come back yet because it took like 7 fucking hours last time.
This is true.
What do you mean?
This is true. Hey,
It didn't do nothing.
gotta get a little steamy in here, man.
Get a little steamy.
A little spicy.
Whatever.
Is it
No,
working?
you know what? We gotta. I feel like no, it's not. But I'm just saying. I think this is an L stream, as the kids say. If you don't add margins to the background.
How the fuck do I add margins then, you jackass?
Oh, I don't fucking know, dude.
Text settings? Okay.
Text settings?
Text settings? Where's margins? You see word spacing? Can I use
line height.
can I add a little text stroke? What do I do here? A point, like a like
that
a
does
1?
make them stand out more.
Does it? Like a 1?
Yeah.
Like, oh
Ooh,
god.
yeah.
Is that
Oh,
too
God,
much?
That's too much. That's a little too much.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
What about that?
There
What
you
about
go.
a 0.5?
Yeah, there you go.
What if I Oh god.
Holy
oh
fuck.
shit, what did I do? Oh god.
Oh Jesus.
Oh shit, chat. Cancel.
Well, you don't save it. Yeah,
just
don't
cancel.
save it.
Go back. Leave. Please leave unsaved changes.
Are you? Is this on stream?
No.
Or are they just?
No.
Okay.
No.
We're just talking, and
They
they're just
have no.
watching
They
us.
just see the hot tub and they have no idea what the fuck we're talking about. It's a great stream. Don't worry about it. So what should I do here?
All right, first person to donate $500 gets margins.
Shut the fuck. There is no option for margins. Don't
Well, with
say that.
$500, we'll figure it out, won't we?
Is that better now? Hold on, I gotta refresh.
No, it's still fucking right up against the goddamn
There's
background.
not
I
even
hate
chat
it.
on screen because I took out auto.
No, there is, dude. Relax. It was there.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Do you even know what that means?
No,
Like auto
I have
and
no
under
fucking
margin?
clue
Okay.
what any of it means. No.
Okay. I think the stream elements code is overriding. Why does it keep refreshing, dude? Stop it.
What do you mean? I don't see anything coming on chat right now. Why does the
You're not
stream
even-
elements overlay? Why does it make it better? Is chat on screen yet?
Yes, dude.
How do
Auto
I make
doesn't
this-
matter.
how do
It's
I
all
fix
getting
this?
overwritten. How do you fit what? It's fine. Leave it.
Is it fine? Can people actually read it? Is it good?
Yes, people can read it. That's fine.
You
Yes.
sure?
Yes.
God, dude. Can you
I'm
tell
just really
I do this
fucking-
full time for a living?
I'm just really bummed out about the margins, dude.
Well, I don't know how do you fix margins?
You got a lot of donations, dude. You gotta read those. Stop focusing
All
on
of
the
them?
margins.
Jesus Christ. What is
Yeah,
this?
go through. What the fuck else are we doing?
That's true, man. Josh Storch with the $2 super chat said, "How much for a hand bra?" Dude, there's not a bra alive that can contain these titties. Varian with the $10 super chat. You two are a mess. The brotherly love. I read those. Big Sexy with the $4.99. Yo, Skilly, what are you doing to IGP under the water? LOL. Hope you guys are doing well, and hope chat's doing well too. Well, my hands are tied up. If that
what's
tells you
funny?
anything.
When we did this real quick, I didn't consider that. I just thought it was really funny that you were drowning, but I guess
Leave it up to the internet, huh?
yeah.
So, Olaf, what's up, Olaf? I hope you're doing good, brother. With the 2 months of channel membership, said, "Oh, look, a fancy 2 months. Mom grabbed the camera." Oh yeah, Olaf. Hannah, our own AKA Fox Says Derp, our moderator with the 31 months, said, "Palms down and stay hydrated." Hannah, you absolute legend and rock star. Thank you for the 31 months. Really appreciate you. There's so many of you guys. Okay, hold on. Varian again with the $10. You're okay. You're a beautiful disaster, Skilly. Thank you. Thank you. Star Celeste with the 3 months of channel membership at the engineer level. A weekly podcast of YouTube would be the best. It could even be a podcast straight from the dome with no specific planned topics, and we'd still all love it. That's kind of what this is a little bit.
That's literally what this is, yeah.
Star Celeste, thank you. Big Sexy with the $4.99. I know he can't, but like his wife and you say, "Just stand." LOL. Love you, man. Dude, if we could. It's getting a little spicy though, a little hot. You gotta turn the bubbles down, dude. So, why are you always looking at me when the bubbles are off, man? I feel subconscious here.
What? You
Sneak
just
below the
turn it
water.
off when that happens.
Well, that's true. All right. Big Lou with the 9 months. Skilly, we need the VOD for No More Room in Hell 2. Big Lou, you legend and rock star. Blurry finger blessings. What do you mean? The unedited?
The VOD.
You asking for the unedited? That wasn't live streamed. You want the unedited version? Is that what you're asking for? There's more episodes of No More Room in Hell 2, by the way, coming. 3 months of channel membership at the squadron level for Jordan. Said, this is still better than what I was doing today. You both are awesome. Thanks, man. Salty McSalt with the 3 months of channel membership. Now's a good time to sing Rubber Ducky, I Love You. I don't know that song. Do you know that song? I don't know that song.
Never heard of it. It sounds like maybe a British thing.
A Brit. Why are you putting it on the British, dude?
It just sounds like a British thing. What do you mean?
They like rubber
what does
duckies?
That mean?
Is that what you mean?
It's just like the tonality of it just sounds very like
all right,
of the name of the song.
Bray sees you with the 14 months of channel membership at the squadron level. I don't like this song. I feel like it doesn't fit the hot tub vibe. Maybe Zen. Yeah, there we go. Very
yeah, like
okay.
What do they call light switch
what?
in Britain? It's like a flippy whippy.
Flippy
Isn't it? There was some joke. I saw some video that made a joke about that. It was something like that, like flippy whippy. Yeah.
Don't they have like?
Chat? Oh shit!
What? What happened?
The wife's in chat.
Your wife's in chat? Oh, I'm looking at donos, so I can't see anything else right now. What's up?
Someone mentioned her. Where are you?
I don't know what to call her. I was gonna call her real name, but I
mean, that's up to her if she wants you to.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do anything. What's her screen name again?
It's oh, she said don't talk to me. Okay. That's just fucking depressing.
She's mad because I shit on
I need
the
Bubbles,
Post Malone concert.
Please.
Hey,
That one hurt.
What's up, Smash Nova? I forgot her screen name for a minute. She's mad at me now. I'm sorry. It's not like you ever talk to me on there.
Uncomfortable, Bubbles.
It's getting uncomfortable. My bad, dude.
You're also drowning. Every time I look over, you're fucking drowning.
I can't swim. I don't know what you expect from me.
You're still streaming to me. Stop it. I can hear it twice.
Well, then you don't have to watch. No one's making you.
It's on automatically. Like, I don't have to click into your stream and I hear it.
Then just go and click off of it. I stopped streaming. All right, hold on. Let me get through this. Let me get caught up.
It plays the audio regardless if I'm clicked into your stream or not.
Oh. You know what we call that? A real pickle.
Yeah, I can't say it. Oh.
Bray sees you with the 14 months of channel membership at the squadron level. Said this is a blast. LOL. Varian. Okay, well, this disaster tracks for you. Get it together, homie. God damn it, Chad. I really appreciate all the support, but let me catch up. Mari with the $4.99 super chat. I got $5 and then a face that looks like she's in pain. I'm so sorry, Mari. Alfred Bach with the $5 super chat. This could look like 500 if you squint. I'm squinting real hard, but I can't see because my eyes are about to be underwater. Redhead Playa with the $2 super chat. Yeah, I do not have 500, but here's $2. Redhead Playa, every dollar helps. I really appreciate it. Alfred Bach with the $2. Why is IGP letting Skilly continuously drown? You know, sometimes if you love somebody, you have to let them go.
Do you see my face? It's not my concern.
He's just relaxing.
I am in my own fucking world right now.
He's having a good time, okay? Carrie Warren with the 31 months of channel membership at the engineer level. Said about time you both did a podcast. Carrie, you legend and rock star. Blurry Figure Blessings. 31 months? Carrie, thank you. Chasm with the...
Jesus, you've been a streamer for a long time.
I can't catch up. I have been a streamer for a long time, yeah. Chasm with the $9.99 super chat said, much love from Kaz and Bailey. We needed this chaos today. Saf with the $2 Canadian, $2.79 Canadian. I'm sorry. You guys make my day every time you upload. Platinum Eve with the $4.99.
Sorry, Billy Joe said, looks like the shrooms just kicked in. Kind of a little bit. No, it's just because my wife said to not talk to her, so I'm sad.
No. Platinum Eve with the $4.99. How dare you guys disrespect Sesame Street? Who brought Sesame Street into this? Salty man.
Somebody said Sesame Street. Somebody did. Where did that come? Did we say so? Oh, is it the Rubber Ducky I Love You? Is that what that is? Oh, is that Ernie's song?
Oh,
Rubber
is
Ducky.
It? Why do you just assume that's Ernie?
Because it is. Ernie has the rubber ducky. What are you talking about?
I didn't know that. Can I be honest with you? I
Brother.
watched a lot of Sesame Street growing up too.
It was a gift from Bert, his lover.
Oh, I'm so so sorry. Oh, dude. What are we doing?
I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I'm just here. I thought we were gonna play games, but
We are. If I can ever catch up on this. Rubber Ducky is Sesame Street, but I am British. Oh, okay. Thank you, Saucy McSaw. That is cleared up. Paulo with the 269 super chat said clearly IGP's wife's YouTube name is WifeGP. I like that. Should totally change your display name, Smash Nova. God damn it! I thought I only had fucking regular lo-fi songs. Emel Reigns with the $2 super chat. It's Sesame Street, you dolts. And Varian with another $10 said, last one, happy to see you both. Hey, in all seriousness, I know I was joking around. I really appreciate the donos and stuff. It helps out, especially when I struggle to make it each month. So thank you, thank you. You're all legends and rock stars. I'm pointing at the camera anyway. It's not on, but blurry finger blessings. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right, what do you want to play, man?
I feel like dolt is an old person insult that only old people use against old people.
You think so?
That and dotard. Dotard, right?
What was it? Weren't we recording something? Maybe it was with Dre. Maybe it was when we did the first Peak episode. He called me something. It was an insult he used that felt really old school to me, but I loved it. Do you remember what it was?
Blockhead, nincompoop.
No. I know it as soon as I hear it. I just can't think of it. It was like a really like. No, I was gonna say numbskull. That's not it, man.
Numbskull.
What is it?
Old bat.
Old bat.
Crone.
Hag.
Fuddy duddy.
Maybe it was fuddy duddy.
Wiffle waffle.
Wiffle waffle.
Loverwort.
Snot. Butt sniffer. Snotty McSnotterson.
Snot trough. I said that.
Snot trough. It was
Snot
you.
trough.
That's what it was.
I said that. Yeah.
Snot trough. There you go. Philo with the $20 said, you're both idiots and we all love you. Keep it up, LOL. Philo, you're a legend and a rock star. Blurry figure blessings. Do you want to play Desolate, man? Is that what you want to do? But then people are going to miss the hot tub stuff, dude. I could just shrink it down, can't I?
Probably. As like a cam.
What did your wife say?
What did she say?
I don't know. Someone said Smash Nova, unplug the internet. Where's she at? What did she last say?
She probably said, don't talk to me.
I can't see you.
And she said, oh my God, fine, talk. Okay. Hi. Hi, BB. Hi, BB.
You do not call her BB. Don't say, no.
I do in text, yeah. BB.
Why?
Because it's faster than saying baby.
You don't call her baby. You have other nicknames, don't you?
I call her babe.
Okay. All right.
What? What other nicknames would I have?
I just didn't think you were that much of a
In
basic
text.
bitch.
So
You know? I'm fucking with you, dude.
I'm watching you drown. You understand that, right? I could help you, but I won't. I'm about to Walter White your ass.
You do know I have been around you and her at the same time and heard this, right?
I call her babe in person. When I'm typing, sometimes I'll say baby, like, hey, baby, right?
You don't have like autocomplete?
If I want to say that, if I want to say, what? When I'm typing on a computer, autocomplete on a computer? We also talk in Discord, dude.
Oh, just text.
Yeah. But why if I'm right there on my computer?
Yeah, you're right.
Because if I'm not on my computer, then we can talk in person.
All right. Listen, I'm just trying to complicate your life.
And then quicker than typing out baby is just BB. It means the same shit.
BB?
Make fun of me. What do you call your wife?
Nothing. We don't talk. I live in the basement and she lives upstairs.
Right.
I'm joking. BB, listen, I immediately knew what you were saying when you said it. Maybe I'm too hillbilly, but whenever I hear BB, I just think of BBs and like shooting a BB gun.
Okay, I was like just being like silly when I said it just now. I don't think I ever call her BB unless I'm like being ironic about it. It's usually babe.
And I'm fucking with you. You call her
Like,
whatever you two are okay with.
You goddamn right I will. Fucking, why am I getting interrogated about what I call my wife?
Because it's good stream content.
Is it?
So plus,
is this good stream content?
If we don't talk about this every time we do a video, if we don't talk about the fact that we're married and have kids, then people won't realize it and they'll continue to think that we're 20 years old.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're married and have children?
I thought you were like 12, dude.
Yeah, they're always shocked by the age too.
Yeah,
but then
I know.
not really. Because I've been doing it for so long. It's like, how old do you fucking think? When did I start, guys, in your head?
They're
When I
more
was
they're more
15?
shocked by me because I sound like a middle school kid, I think, sometimes. So
Not really.
you don't think I do? No?
No. Is that because I know that you're not? I don't know.
Yeah, people always tell me when they meet me for the first time, even in real life, they always tell me that I sound very young. So that's what I always
It's
get.
just it's the resonance of your voice.
Yeah. So, all right, you want to play Desolate, man? That means that means the hot tub has to go away, guys. So.
Well, I mean,
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I'm
Listen.
just giving you shit. Listen.
Listen. A hot tub
This can
doesn't
be-
have to go away.
No, the hot tub really doesn't. You know what you could do? Just put the... Wait.
What?
This is perfect. If
What?
we're making fun of the old school hot tub streams, then all you need is the screen of the game in the corner.
Yes,
Because isn't that what they did?
I think so. Yeah.
The focus, like if someone was playing a game, it would just be like really small and in the corner.
So I have to
That'd be
take
fucking
chat
hilarious.
away, right?
You would have to take chat away. Yeah, just replace it. Let's see, this is where
Yeah,
I would
that's fine.
animate a fucking like TV projector,
Yeah,
or like a
it's okay.
screen
I'll just
coming
do
down
this.
and then the projector on it.
And then nobody. But then, how do I get it to like a viewable size that's also
That's perfect.
in the
That's all
top?
you need. Chat below it.
In the top right here.
Yeah, the top. Why not?
Hold on. Sorry. This is jerking out.
This is such a. I think the title has betrayed you.
Well, what do
think
you want me to
people-
change the title to?
No, I'm just saying. I think the title would indicate to people that this was going to be like an organized podcast event or something,
All right.
and it really is
Just
just
the
because
two of
we have
us.
no idea what we were playing.
A little hot tub dip with IGP and Skilly. Is that what you said? A little hot tub dip
know.
with.
You can just do just the two of us. Is that not
IGP
attention
and
grabbing
Skilly.
enough? Oh, you got to put my name in there. Never mind.
Yeah, I gotta put your name in there, dude. If I'm gonna sell out, I gotta sell out hard. Listen, go big or go home, right? You know, you gotta sell out hard. Listen. As it is already, only 320 people showed up for this. It really is true, dude. If I don't play a horror game and I don't make the title like the scariest game of all time, and then I tag you and Dre in the title, then it doesn't bring everybody out from the audience. So,
Maybe some people are uncomfortable around heat.
oh yeah, are you getting a little uncomfy? That's okay. I'll bring it down a notch. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that was my cue to
Yeah.
turn that
Kinda
shit
figured.
off. Oh, my fucking... Why did I run out of memory on my
On your chat
browser?
I don't know if this is a big enough is this a big enough doohickamabob here? Like, chat, do you like it in the top left or the
Listen.
bottom left?
We can either play a game... You don't have much time left. I mean...
I
not
got plenty of time.
overall. But, I mean, I don't either.
Well, you tell me when
Well,
you
what-
want to go, and then you know.
You'll just stay in the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, I
I'll
should have
just
made
stay
one with
here.
just you when I leave.
I don't have a family.
it.
That's okay.
I could do that while we chat.
fine.
I'm
But
just
no,
saying
we
we,
wouldn't
don't
play a
have
game.
to play a game. I'm just saying we could talk about like, I don't know, Jesus.
We haven't talked about
You wanna
anything.
talk about
no,
Jesus?
That's like my stream rule number 1, dude. We
Oh.
can't bring him into this. He's dead.
Yeah, but you know what? That could be one of my family members that I'm talking about. Why are you
Well, that
all,
wouldn't be
always
Jesus. That would be
automatically
Jesus.
assume? Yeah, but in English it'd be Jesus.
That's not a Peruvian
I'm
name,
just saying
is it?
we can talk about. No, it's just a Hispanic name.
Are Peruvians... Okay, listen. Can I sound really ignorant for a second? I don't actually know the answer to this. Are Peruvians Hispanic?
Yes, technically you're Hispanic if you speak Spanish.
Okay, Peruvians speak Peruvian, though. Is that a form of Spanish?
They speak Spanish.
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's like Spanish, but Peruvians have their own language, right? Is it Spanish? Am I showing how ignorant I am right now?
Maybe a little bit.
Oh, okay. There are 3. Okay, Spanish. I can't say those other 2 words, so I'm not gonna make myself any worse. Jackalope Katie says it's Latino. Latino would be from Latin America, right? That's Latino.
That's the proper. Yeah, people conflate the 2 words. When people say Hispanic, you know what they mean. They don't mean like someone who just speaks Spanish.
Do I though? Because I'm really stupid. I feel like I don't.
Yes, it's Spanish, dude. And any other, it's all forms of it. Like if there's any other.
Is it though?
Non-dominant languages that they speak, but that's like everywhere.
That's gonna be so small.
I think are you thinking of like Portugal?
Yeah, I'm thinking of Portugal. Portugal has Portuguese. God, why am I such a dumb American?
Because it starts with a P. Why not, man?
Yeah, you're right. Is this? I feel like chat's now. I feel like I can't put chat anywhere. It's just in a weird space, dude.
Don't worry, we're not playing a game. We're going to talk about stuff.
What are we talking about, though? We didn't plan anything.
I don't know. Get some topics, dude. Come on, man. This is the
I just
Hot Tub
redid
podcast
this entire
stream.
thing. I gotta fix it now.
Oh, boo! Dude, just drag it. It's literally just a stretch or 2.
Hold on. Oh my god.
Everything's in a weird place, dude.
I got it. I know. It's okay. Hold on. That's okay. We got this. Listen. We'll get it steaming again. Everybody will be all
Oh my
right.
god, the hot tub is back. I've waited so long. What's up, Nick? It has been years since we had to reinstall. We've relocated and reinstall the hot tub.
Times have been tough, man. Hot tub supplies expensive.
Very.
You know what I mean? All right, we're gonna get the music back
With all
on.
them
I don't know.
Tariffs. Hot tub tariffs.
Hot tub tariffs. You want to talk about how we're gonna go to war as a country? No, I'm just kidding. Don't talk about that.
What the fuck? I was like, dude, if religion is on, like, really? That's
That
what we're
was
gonna
the
talk
joke,
about?
man. That was the joke.
Okay, but
Come on.
like my heart fluttered a little bit. I was like, all right, if we're doing this, we're doing it. But
Did it flutter in your chest or out of your chest? Inquiring
my
minds
heart
wanna
is
know.
in my chest.
It's in your chest? Okay. It's good. It's good to know.
My heart is in my chest last
good to
time I
know.
checked.
Hey, oh man, I missed more super chats and stuff, dude. I might be the worstest
Oh, sure,
live streamer
buddy.
ever.
Because you didn't mention every single one that popped up very quickly, as if there aren't massive streamers that literally never read donations ever.
Yeah, but I have high standards for myself.
Yeah, and I'm sure at some point they probably did too, until they realized this is impossible.
Do you see how I'm sinking down to the water in shame? Yeah, how many times?
That's right.
Can we get a counter on how many times one of us mentions this stupid gag that we have going on with the hot tub?
It's literally all we got right now, dude.
I know. I tried to
No
make it to
topics, no
play a
games.
game, and you didn't want to.
Well, let's play a game then.
Well, then, motherfucker. This is you gaslighting me on purpose.
God, I'm so sick of gaslighting being just watered down so much.
I feel like we use it as a joke now because people water it down.
Yeah, it has become a joke because it's so, like, it means nothing now.
Yeah, because
It
people
means
don't use it
nothing.
correctly. Yeah.
It means, oh, you were joking? What a gaslighter.
Yes.
You're gaslighting me right now?
So, Chad, sometimes you get in this mood. I think you feel this way a lot, right? I get in this mood. Like today, I recorded with you and Dre, and last night.
I wish I had remote control of like an audio filter over your voice to do that just whenever you sync.
I spent like 2 or 3 hours last night looking at first off looking for new games to play for stream today, and I didn't really find anything. And then I went back and I was trying to look at games that I want to play but haven't played, and nothing was just like popping for me. Like I was like, I don't want to play any of this really. And then I was with IGP and Dre, and IGP and I were trying to find something to play, and nothing was really hitting for us. And then we came up with this dumb idea. And that's just, I don't know, I mean, one of those moods where like there was nothing new or nothing like that was really grabbing my attention, even currently out, that I wanted to play. So I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, look at us. The game we were going to resort to is from like 2018.
Desolate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still want to play Desolate.
No, Desolate's great.
It's just not, it just doesn't have that je ne sais quoi.
And I don't remember anything
right
from it, so it'll be brand new to me.
Who thought pickling an egg was better idea than pickling a cucumber? Start pickling cucumbers, it'll be popular. Pickled eggs are good though, aren't they?
I like,
you like pickled eggs?
You might be onto this pickling cucumbers thing. That sounds like it'd be good.
But you don't like cucumbers.
Even.
There are pickled
I love cucumbers.
Isn't a cucumber just a pickled? Wait.
Yes, Skilly. That's the. God damn it. This is fucking. This is awful. What in the stream, dude? Just ended. What are we doing?
No, man. This is it. This is my downward spiral. I told everybody I would fail. I would bottom out at some point. This is it right here.
You're not even there.
Live on stream. What do you
mean?
mean?
What are you talking about?
Where? Oh, I know what you mean. I never made it. Yeah, that's true too.
No,
I got you.
Asshole. No, you're not even at the point of failure.
Oh, I feel like I'm at the point of failure every day, dude.
Just because you're burned out. You keep you make too many fucking videos, dude. What are you talking about?
I do make a lot of videos, man.
Yeah.
I do make a lot of videos. A lot.
Yeah. Ask any other YouTuber who's been doing this long. Is that sustainable? No. You're gonna burn yourself out and you're gonna hate it.
I gotta keep doing it though. That's the only way I'm net positive every month. So,
or you plan out your videos and make a banger every time they get a million views.
I don't know. I think I've dude, the story of on my tombstone, it's gonna say, "Here lies insert real name. He was mediocre at it all." That's I have never excelled at anything in my life, but I've also never been absolute bottom tier garbage trash at anything in my life. I have always just been the most average Joe white guy ever. Vanilla fucking milkshake tasting.
Who are you fucking calling me a basic bitch calling my wife babe?
This is true.
Motherfucker. What do you call your wife?
The most like random strangers, their reaction to me is he's unoffensive. That's the thing. That's like exactly that's what I'm talking
depressing.
About. That's not depressing. I'm okay with this.
We're in a hot tub.
Why is that bad? It could be worse.
It's not bad. It's just depressing.
It could be way worse.
Okay. No, seriously, the words that you chose, collected, gathered, formulated into the sentences that you just said, all of them were very depressing. It doesn't, yeah, at its core, it's like, oh, being like average, whatever. If you feel that way, that's fine, whatever. But it's like on your tombstone.
Listen,
I think everybody strives to achieve something in their life. For you to already predict your future is that when it's over, you will have excelled in nothing. Those words are depressing, dude.
Dude, hey, average people carry the fucking world on our shoulders, okay? There is no, if we didn't have average Joes like me, we wouldn't be, it just wouldn't, things wouldn't function.
Are you an average dad or are you a good dad? Then shut the fuck up.
I don't think I'm I don't think I'm a bad dad.
In the stream. Call it, abort it, kill switch right now. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is the heat getting to your head? Turn off the fucking bubbles. That's the problem. Turn off the bubbles, dude.
All right, I'll turn off the bubbles.
That's the problem.
I'll turn off the bubbles.
This is crazy. You need to get your fucking head out of the water.
What constitutes a good dad?
Dude, don't ask impossible to answer questions.
Well, then how do I know if I am one?
If you feel it.
I don't know.
Do you think shitty dads don't realize they're shitty dads? Like, do you think
they do? Aren't shitty dads though? Like, don't they have mental problems? Probably like they're narcissists or
okay,
whatever.
I'm sure there's some. Okay. But like,
yeah,
you know, there's got to be dads out there that walk around. I'm sure there are that walk around. They never see their kids ever, never like check in on them or call or whatever, and they're just like doing their own thing. And then they say, "Oh, I'm a good dad. I care about my kid." You know, it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If there's that, then there has to be the opposite. Are you there for your kids for everything? Do you are you?
This is all I do is
engaging
YouTube
with
and
them.
then my
Are you
children.
raising them well?
Yeah, that's all I do. Kids and then YouTube.
Because, dude, ask anybody what an average dad is, and it's kind of like the expectation is the dad kind of like won't know your birthday.
I know my kid's birthday. I almost said my kid's birthdays.
Okay. See, but that's what I mean. Like the expectation of society is that, dads just don't know your kids' birthdays. It's like funny, ha ha ha. Dad, of course, he doesn't know the name of your schools. Like,
I know the name of my kid's school. I almost stopped saying
then you're just
stuff.
proving my fucking point.
For some reason, I'm like gonna blurt information out.
Well, but that's my point, right? If you know all that shit, then that's already one off the checklist of is Skilly a good dad?
Okay, all right.
I mean, right? The expectations are a little low, I think, based in our society. But I mean, if you exceed that, then you're already better. You know what? I don't even know what we're talking about.
What
is this
makes
what
a
our
good
podcast
dad?
would be like, dude? We're setting up a really horrible expectation.
No, we would have topics and stuff. We didn't come into this prepared.
This is a topic, is it not?
This is a topic. You're right. You're right. Could you ask? You know what? Ask Chat GPT. What is a good dad? You have Chat GPT, don't you? I have Chat GPT too.
What makes a good?
I hate fucking
dad?
AI, but let's see what the AI thinks makes a good dad.
AI is perfect for shit like this.
A
good dad isn't perfect. He's present, consistent, and gives a damn. Why is he cussing at me? Some core traits that stand out. Like, did I give off that vibe, I guess? I mean, I guess it's debatable whether you think that's a curse word or not, but that's hilarious. Emotional support, listens without judgment. He lets his kids express themselves even when it's messy. Comforts, doesn't just fix, doesn't jump straight to solutions. He sits with them in hard moments.
I got a completely different answer.
Do you show up? Do you keep your word?
Yeah.
Yes and yes. Okay. Do you teach by example? Do you model respect and honesty?
I think so. I don't know.
Do you own your mistakes in front of your children?
I just try to keep them alive. Does that count? And
yeah,
like tell them when,
pretty...
but teach them right and wrong.
If
and
my dad did that, I would consider him a good dad.
And then hang out with them. Did we ever talk? I don't know if I ever told Stream this. I told you this. So you remember my wedding, right?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Slightly.
So my dad talked to me.
So long.
My dad talked to me about girls twice in my life, right? I think have I told you this before?
No. I don't think so.
All right. So the two times my dad talked to me about women in life, the first one was, I don't remember exactly what age I was, but I must have been like 15 or 16. And I was in my room playing video games, of course, because, you know, it's me. And he just comes in and like my dad, you knew my dad.
Yes.
My dad was, you know, hillbilly, just a regular average dude like me, I guess, a little bit in that regard. But he was hardly ever awkward, and we never had like chats like that, I guess. And he just walks in and he's obviously like awkward. Like I don't think I've ever seen my dad awkward. He walks in and he's like, what you doing? And I'm like, first off, my dad would never ask me what I'm doing. He just, that was never a question. And I'd go, I'm just playing some games with friends. And he goes, well, your mom says we got to talk. And I'm like, all right. Yeah, what do we need to talk about? And he's like, well, we need to talk about women. And I'm like, okay. And then he's like, we're supposed to, you know, talk about all that stuff with women, you know, like sex and stuff. And I'm like, at this point, I'd already had like 2 girlfriends, you know, and like discovered everything for myself. Let's say that. And I go, yeah, Dad, I think I'm good. Like, I know. And he's like, so you know about all that stuff? And I'm like, yeah, Dad, I'm good. And he goes, okay, well, he's like, listen, just, you know, be smart. And he's like, don't mess with sluts. And I'm like, oh, that was like Dad's advice to me. And then I kid you not, he says that. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube. He says that, and he immediately at the end of that sentence, he walks out the door to my room and just leaves. He's gone. And that was,
when was this?
I was like 15 or 16.
Okay.
This was my dad's extent of like having the chat with his son about dating and girls and sex and all that stuff. That was the extent. And then at
honestly, I wouldn't expect anything else
from my dad. Isn't from what you know about my dad? Isn't that like prime
that
him?
That's
that
on
sounds
par.
like him. Yeah. and then at our wedding, do you remember this? At my wedding, they're setting up, like, we had an outdoor wedding, right? My wife and I. They're setting up, and my dad and we were at this mountain lodge, right? And there was a little creek that we were going to get married in front of. And my dad brought fishing poles. And as they're setting up and we're taking wedding photos, my dad is fishing in the creek. My mom was so mad at him for that. He brought fishing poles and tried to fish in the creek right by my do you not remember that? Right by my wedding, dude?
No, I don't.
Dude,
remember that.
my mom was so mad. My mom was so mad at him for that.
Yeah.
And then, but even better is he's fishing while wedding photos are being taken, and he's supposed to be in the photos. Like, he's the father of the groom. He is supposed to be in the photos, and he's fucking fishing.
Jesus. Hey, at least he was there, right? Hey,
at least he was there, yeah. No, he didn't get any fish. There were no fish, dude. It was I don't know what he was doing. But there were no, it was like, to call it a creek it was nice looking. It looked like something out of a picture, but that's generous. Anyway, so he's pretending to fish at my wedding. And then my mom makes me go over to get him. And I go over, and he's like, oh, hey. He's like, your mom says I'm supposed to talk to you about marriage.
Jesus.
And then he goes, don't cheat on her and don't let her cheat on you. And that was my dad's marriage advice to me at my wedding while he's fishing in the creek with non-existent fish. That was, and those two times.
Don't let her cheat on you. What does that mean?
Well, first off, don't cheat on her and don't let her cheat on you.
I know, but like, obviously you can control that. What does he mean, or what did he mean by
your guess
don't let her do it?
That was the extent of, I don't know, man. That was the extent of the conversation. Because then I said to him, okay, thanks, Dad. You need to go put the fishing poles up. Otherwise, Mom is going to have a heart attack.
Yeah.
And so
we're going to get kicked out.
So, anyway, those two things were the extent of my father's wisdom, but knowledge parting to me about women and dating and all that stuff. So that was, yeah. So no wonder I'm such a ladies' man, know exactly what I'm doing.
I mean, it's sound advice, just very limited.
Sound advice, just very limited.
Yeah, it's not much. It's like reading the chapter title, and that's it. No subtext whatsoever.
That's a dad thing to do, though, isn't it? Not read the directions, just like quickly glance at it and then keep going.
I over-explain fucking everything to my kids.
Yeah, I read directions too. So, yeah. Dadcast.
You got any more depressing conversations we can have, or?
Well, how was that depressing? I liked those stories. I thought those were funny.
No. I was just thinking, we can.
Oh, go down more depressing paths.
I mean, it's keeping.
Do you want to talk about existential dread and how we're all inevitably gonna die? That's depressing, right?
But that's like known, right? I mean.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's depressing. I feel like it's known that I'm an average dude. Why is that? Why is that any more depressing? I don't know. I don't understand why you have more of a problem with my averageness than I have. I'm fine with it.
Well, I don't agree with you, for one.
Oh, okay. All right, sure.
I have seen
So-
everything that you do, especially when it comes to work and now being a dad. You have definitely excelled in. So I think you're just talking a little bit down.
That's just because you're
And being my
that's
friend,
just
I
'cause you're
don't
my
like it.
friend. So
Right, but because of that, I'm also honest with you. So I'm not gonna lie to you about it. I mean, you're not very
Okay.
good at video games, but that's not a big deal.
I'm really bad at video. I'm not average at video games. I'm bad at video games.
No, I'd say you're average at video games. I've
You
seen
think
worse.
so? Really?
Yes. Yes.
Who's worse? Who's a content creator that you think is worse at games than me? Honestly,
Oh my God, Markiplier,
is he really?
Jacksepticeye, they all
Really?
suck at games. What are you talking about?
I haven't watched enough of them to
I'm not
say.
trying to like piss anyone off in the chat because I know how people are about those two, but like, yeah, they're bad at video games.
Are they?
Markiplier is really bad at video games.
Innocent,
And that's
yeah, Mark for
fine.
sure.
It's almost like, especially in the YouTube space, I think maybe streaming is different, but in the YouTube space, like being bad at video games is actually like helpful and funny,
Common.
you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of my bread and butter, dude. If I wasn't bad, I don't know how I would have content.
Yeah.
Everybody's agreeing with you. I'm surprised to learn this. I would have thought Mark and Jack were good. Doesn't Jack play a lot of Souls likes?
Dude, that would further prove my argument that Souls games are not difficult. They just take time to
Souls
finish.
games are absolutely difficult, sir.
Well, this is again what I mean is like, because everything can be learned, like patterns from all the enemies. All it is you have to experience the death because you die quickly, learn what you need to do for that specific monster, and then execute it. Whether you can execute that will determine, like, you know, is dependent on how good you are at the game, right? Like if you're terrible at using mouse and keyboard and the first game you play is a Souls game on PC, even if you recognize the patterns of enemies and what to do and against bosses, you won't be able to execute the skill needed at that threshold to beat them. Does that make sense? So it's a lot of trial and error with games like that. And once you learn it, then it's just like you understand the pattern, and then it's not hard anymore. There are people, I'm sorry,
So you think
can't
it's
say one of the
it's
hardest
pattern
games in the world.
recognition?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think so. That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
I mean, like if you break it.
IGP's internet and stuff. Indy. Oh no.
Bongos. Like, and I refuse to believe that the DK Bongos guys, the DDR pad guys, or like only using one button, or the guy that never levels up, like all these people are just master gamers. They just have played the game so much they know exactly what to do.
Yeah, but some of that pattern recognition, I feel like, is skill and timing.
Right. Yeah. So there's a threshold. I said there's a threshold of like skill that you have to have. I mean, you have to be a gamer, like kind of in general, to understand what to look for, what to expect. If you've played any game like that, you know there are like wind up animations to attacks. There are like parry windows, things like that, like the base skill level for stuff like that. And then your ability to then remember all that stuff and then execute it is the skill that comes in. That's not hard. If every enemy you ran into in a Souls game had random attack windows every time it did it, it was unpredictable, and you had to use pure reaction skill, and the parry window was insanely small and happens randomly, like if everything was random, then that becomes a difficult game. It's kind of like
You mean
Geometry
random
Dash.
every time? Because I would argue every time you fight a boss in a Souls, like, you may know their 30 attacks, but the pattern that they execute them in a lot of times is different, right? They do have stages where like they'll do these
Yes.
10 attacks in this stage, but you don't know when they're going to implement attack 1 or attack 5, right? You
Yes,
have
you
to be
do.
able to recognize
Yes, you
it
do.
and execute it. Not always. No.
Well, the game would be impossible, or for most people to beat if that was the case. Every you look for specific wind up animations, like you can tell, like
Well,
if
you can't make a game
monster's-
without animations. There'd have to be an animation to the attack.
That's what
So
I'm
it
saying.
couldn't be purely. The only way you could make it purely random is if the enemy you're fighting literally had unlimited different attacks, and it just every attack is different every time.
or the parameters of those attacks. So let's say like a boss you're fighting in a Souls game has a really long wind up attack with a giant sword, and he flings it straight out in front of him.
Okay.
You can recognize that, and you can dodge it when he's winding it up. You can recognize he's doing that. He's charging back, so you can move, right?
Mm-hmm.
If instead you know the timing of that, so you know how much time you have to move. Instead, it's not a set like, 60 frames before he does it. It's instead like anywhere from 10 to like 80 frames. And it's like, okay, I see the animation, but now this specific attack he's doing at this moment is faster than it normally is. And you can never predict that. You can only like utilize your skill and recognize that pattern and then applying the correct movement to get out of the way to avoid it in general. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I don't disagree what you're saying. I feel like that's kind of how Souls games are right now, though.
Right.
To an extent.
Yeah, but what I'm just saying, like, Jacksepticeye can be a bad gamer and beat Souls games. A lot of bad gamers have beaten Souls games. It just takes more time for them.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm a bad gamer, and I've beaten Souls games.
Yeah. By your logic, it can't be a hard game if you're a bad gamer, right? Or it needs to be accessible.
I would argue by my logic, I'm just stubborn. I'll try a boss like 30 times. I mean, I literally have it, and then beat it. Sometimes.
Yeah, you've done it all on stream.
Yeah.
But yeah. And there's time like when I'm watching you play, there's times where it's like I have no idea he has like dodged this attack a million times and then he gets hit by it 3 times in a row. It's like, how does that happen? Like you shouldn't be, right?
But I guess the timing off or
right. And that's the skill that comes in. Now it's like, okay, like can you be that consistent over that amount of time that it takes to defeat the boss?
So what I hear you saying is you want to torture yourself because you don't like these type of games and you want to play Night Rain with me.
Sure. I mean, we'll beat it, right? It's not a hard game.
All right,
I've never played Elden Ring.
I feel like I force you to do stuff you don't want to do, like this stream. That doesn't make it any better.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Let's play Desolate then.
Wait, right now?
What do you want to play? Yeah. Instead, I was gonna say
have enough time
to play Night Rain, but then let's not. When do you have to go? You never told me when you have to go. I don't want to force you to do stuff.
I don't know, probably like 5:30 or so.
Okay. How do we not have enough time for Desolate? That's an hour and a half. That's a little cheeky hour and a half, isn't it?
No, we're just chilling in the hot tub.
Is this literally my whole stream? People don't want this. I thought that.
Yeah, I mean,
so many people have left already. We've dropped below 300 viewers. So, I feel like we got to play games at some point, man.
Do we?
Yeah. Would you just rather play Halo?
Oh, God.
Or Desolate? You tell me what you want to play. This is the problem. You won't ever. You're like my wife. You won't decide where you want to eat.
Yeah, I don't decide anything ever.
Yeah, I know.
Because decisions are hard. That's why I don't play Elden Ring either. It's too many decisions, dude.
I think it's secretly you're worried you'll be bad.
New Phasmo update, someone said in chat. Kill me. Kill me.
Do you see what I deal with, chat? Do you see how hard it is to get this man video games? Like
Phasmo, though? Come on.
Yeah, you're right. I would enjoy Phasmo, though. I don't like Phasmo. I'll agree with you, but when it's with you, I enjoy anything with you, man.
Okay, sure.
Just look at the title of the stream. Okay. Just the two of us. I'm having fun.
Listen,
maybe the audience isn't.
If we were stranded on an island, just you and me, with somehow electricity, computer, and a Wi-Fi connection, I doubt we would be playing Phasmo.
No, we
wouldn't. If Phasmo was the only thing we had to play, we'd be playing it and having fun because that's all we got. But we have many options in this world, dude, besides Phasmophobia.
I don't know what we would be playing because I'm a gamer and you're not. So, and that's your, well, I mean, that's mine and your self-declarations. So,
also, this is your stream, not mine.
No, don't say that because you're here too and you made the hot tub thing and yeah.
I recycled. If
I tried to do
this, added you. That's all I did.
If I tried to do this with just me in the hot tub, and I did this joke hot tub stream, it might get the viewership we have right now, but then I would be down below 100 viewers right now if I was by myself. I guarantee you. Absolutely.
You believe that? Why are you so down on yourself, dude? Why are you so negative about yourself?
I absolutely believe that, dude. There's plenty of times where I stream AAA games and I get less than 100 viewers. Utena said, does IGP ever play Halo with you? Oh, Utena, you sweet summer child. Yes, we have done so many nightcaps together in Halo, live on stream. Somebody doesn't watch till the end of the stream.
Somebody. Grandpa IGP is old now. Yeah, listen to me complain about like, games used to be hard back in my day, and now they're just easy. Tetris was a hard game. Maybe even Pac-Man.
Also, chat, I gotta call the community out for a minute. Last night I was struggling, trying to figure out what to play today. I went to my little game suggestion sheet where you guys could submit game suggestions. I appreciate all of you. You're lovely people. Love you to death. You know, salt of the earth. You're all lovely. But man, every other game suggestion was a game that I've already played, and if I look at the date that the game was submitted and the date that I played the game, is like, brother, listen, I don't expect everybody to watch every video, and I don't expect everybody to watch every video immediately. But if you're telling me to play Repo 4 months after it's been out and after I've already dropped 8 videos, I don't know how to help you. I don't know how to help you.
Maybe they mean more Repo.
No, because they put a comment and they said, I think this game would be perfect for you guys' brand of humor. I've been waiting for you to play it for so long. Brother, my brother in Cthulhu. My brother in Cthulhu.
That would be okay. Hold on.
I can't make any more videos on Repo than I've already made. I'm sorry.
People saying that sounds like a troll to me. I know people are like, they miss videos and stuff, but you are basically the Repo guy.
I know.
That would be like someone saying to me, hey, have you played Subnautica before? You should play Subnautica. I think you would like it. That's a troll. That's not real, dude.
I hope it's not real, because there's
no way,
dude.
There's no way. Your Repo videos, especially in the beginning, blew the fuck up. There's no way.
No, I know.
There's no way that they don't know that.
I know. I saw that and I read that and I did a triple take and kept rechecking the date because it was like 2 a.m. in the morning. I was like, I gotta be seeing this wrong. I got up and walked away from my computer for about 5 minutes. Not because I was mad or anything. I was just like, I'm either too tired or something's wrong here. Like, this doesn't make any sense. So
we should play Midnight Ghost Hunt. Imagine that.
Oh, I like that game. Why didn't we ever do more of that game? I like that game. So
I feel like you like every game.
I like games.
Yeah, you like every game.
If it's a good game, I like it. It's a good game. Midnight Ghost Hunt was a fun game.
If it's a good game, you like it. That's the criteria.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, pretty much.
Oh.
I just like.
Is that
games.
what it's like to be a gamer?
That's what it's like to be a gamer, man. If it's a good game, you like it. What do you mean?
I've played good games that I don't like.
Runaway Bride. Now chat's just trolling me. Yeah, I've played Resident Evil. I've played 7, 8, 4, 2, and 3 on stream with you guys. So somebody
you can't
said
think of a single.
Wait, I gotta put the bubbles on. Somebody said they want the screen to change. There you go.
Do you think? Do you think you could think of a game that's good that you don't like?
Oh yeah, like Gran Turismo or like racing sims.
Isn't that a movie?
No, it was a game.
Clint Eastwood.
No. Oh no, what is it called? What is it? The PlayStation racing series, sim racing series. What is it called? It's Gran Turismo, isn't it? Am I crazy?
What am I thinking of?
I think Gran Torino. That's what you're thinking of with Clint Eastwood.
It's okay.
Yeah,
that's pretty close.
It is pretty close. Anyway, it's like a realistic series of racing sims for PlayStation. I mean, from all accounts, it looks beautiful, and I'm sure it's a great game if you like racing games. And there are racing games that I like, but I just don't like it. So I can't get into racing sims. There's just not anything there for me.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay, I was gonna say, because if your only criteria for liking a game is that it's good,
no, but I mean,
weird.
Generally, I'm okay with a lot of genres and stuff. So,
and I'm the genre hater.
And you're the genre hater, yeah. So I don't know. I like a lot of games. Like, honestly, I'm a piece of shit. If I didn't have kids and people that I care about, and I didn't need to have a job or whatever, I would just sit and play games all day. I wouldn't want to do anything else.
Really? Damn, that's...
Is that sad? Does that make
No,
you think less of me?
That's not... Jesus Christ. No, I was just saying, like, the more conversations that we have about it, the more it's, like, very obvious I'm not a gamer.
Yeah, which is weird to me because...
If I didn't have YouTube, and I didn't, like, let's say I don't know, won the lottery and then I'm set for the rest of my life with my kids and whatever, then, and I didn't want to do this anymore, I would probably not play games in my free time. Maybe every now and then I'd play like games with my friends, play like Halo or some shooter just to like pass the time. But that's mostly because friends. I don't play that shit on my own.
Yeah,
I don't play games on my own.
See, I guess I didn't fully know you when we were growing up because I thought you were a huge gamer.
No, I think I used to be a gamer. Now I'm not. Yeah.
You think you used to be and you changed? What do you think flipped that script for you? Like, what, just growing older? Oh, you think YouTube beat it out of you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Well, then why am I so dejected, but I still love games?
Because I think you're a gamer at heart. I think I was a gamer as like a pastime. Like it was just like a fun thing to do.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, like, we didn't just like play games, we made events out of them. Like when we would play Halo, like you would come over and bring like TVs and we would like, it would be like, we would get pizza or like mac and cheese.
We'd make Blue Box Blues and then put hot dogs in it.
Yeah. And then we would fucking, and then we would get Code Red Mountain Dew and it would be an event. We would play all night. Like that's like, to me, the fun of that is the event. It's kind of like, I don't like drinking, but if drinking is part of like an event, then that's kind of fun, but that's only because it's an event.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Maybe that's not the best comparison.
No, I get what you're saying. You like the pop and circumstance around it,
and
right?
like, yeah, the last time that I played a single player game as, you know, like a lot was with you with Skyrim.
Oh, yeah. I got you. When you came to my house during my college, during my 2-week winter
break.
break.
We put our TVs next to each other and we played Skyrim, but it was together.
Yeah.
Remember? Yeah, but that was 2011, so that was like genuinely the last time I played a game on my own from like start to finish ever.
Huh.
Other than that, it's just been multiplayer stuff, and then YouTube. Obviously, I started YouTube 2 years after that.
You did Silent Hill 2 with your family, with your girls, but that's because you were like sharing it with them, right?
Yeah, and that wasn't me playing. I only took over the controller.
Oh, you let them play. Okay.
Yeah, when the middle child was too afraid to play.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was kind of an experience. Like Silent Hill 2 changed my life, and for them to also have that effect, like to see them have that effect on them too, like weeks later they're still talking about it, like asking questions and shit.
So do you
like
think
that fucking made me feel insane?
Do you think that Silent Hill 2 is the reason you ended up getting into horror and then eventually became a YouTuber? Maybe not. It's not what told you to create content, but when you became a YouTuber because of Silent Hill 2 and your fandom of horror, that's why you went down the route you went down for being a gamer horror YouTuber?
No, it wasn't Silent Hill 2.
What do you think it was then?
Because I played Silent Hill 2. I mean, dude, that came out in 2001. I was 11 when that came out. Yeah.
I know.
No,
so what solidified your love of horror and horror games then for you?
Well, it's probably I guess the whole reason I started YouTube was at the time the biggest YouTubers were, I think PewDiePie and Markiplier was blowing up at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just like discovered the idea of indie games because I had only known like Nintendo, Sony, shit like that.
Right.
So I was like, oh, this is cool. Like he's playing Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and I'm like, ooh, like that's like, this is a creepy ass fucking. I've never seen a horror game like this in that level, and it was made by a small team of developers. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then like, as they kept playing, they would do mods for it, and then like the games they would choose were always like whatever was big at the time, and then they would just keep playing it. And then I was like, like YouTube sounds like fun. Like I wonder if I could make videos because I didn't have another hobby at that time. And I was like, okay, maybe I can just go browse and see. And I found out about Game Jolt was the first like website. And I went through, I played like Slender and then all these other games. And I was just like, oh, these games are cool. But I was also playing all kinds of stuff. Like, cause I was just like fascinated with the fact that one person made this game. Yeah. And then I saw the indie game documentary and I was like, oh, this is, I love this. And then
I got
and then like as I kept playing more horror.
And you kept it a secret from everybody you knew for a long time?
What? Oh, yeah. I mean,
YouTube?
outside my family. I mean, I was moving around a lot. I didn't really have like consistent friends.
Yeah.
But it was just a hobby at the time. So yeah, when it became like full time, then that's obviously, well, that's what I do now. But
I still freeze up and don't know how to answer people when they ask me what I do for work.
yeah, I just say I'm a video editor.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I always sound so awkward and suspicious. I'm not that, I can be an awkward guy, but I'm not that awkward IRL. Like I'm pretty good, but like, you know, coaching my son's baseball team, I bought the trophies for the team, and the other coaches were like, I did it like through my business, right? It could be a tax write-off, and I just thought it'd be something nice to do for the team I was coaching, right? And the other coaches were like, oh, we could pitch in. And I'm like, no, that's fine, guys. It's cool. I got it. And they were like, well, do you want to like give out your business cards or promote your business or whatever? And I was like, I don't know how to tell these guys. Like, nah, man, I just play video games on the internet, bro. Got a YouTube channel. Check it out, man. I was just like,
yeah,
no, I don't really need advertising.
Yeah, I think the reason why the conversation becomes awkward is because like it's become so commonplace now for there to be content creators on the internet that the times that I did say, oh yeah, I make videos, they always ask what my channel is, and then I'm like, oh dude, you don't want to see it.
Well,
like,
I think I felt weird because it's like I don't want to promote my channel, and then obviously the kids are all like, the entire year the kids are talking about their favorite YouTubers, right? Because that's the thing with the kid. I'm like, I don't really make content for kids, you know? So like, I don't want to be like, yeah, I'm sponsoring this through my YouTube channel, SkillyMcFilly, go check it out. And then all the parents are horrified when they go and it's like, you know, I'm playing zombie slasher games and stuff, you know? It's like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to ask my kids what their favorite YouTube channel is, it would definitely be me. Like that, I guarantee they would say that.
Yeah, but your kids are older than my kids, so.
Yeah, slightly.
No, a little bit more than slightly.
The youngest always wants to watch the second channel stuff with the goofy, because that's, you know, like she likes watching Roblox and whatnot.
Yeah, that makes sense, but I also wonder how much, because I feel like not really bad adult humor, but I feel like a lot of our jokes are kind of like there's a little bit of subtlety to them, or they're like implied, you know, we'll say something and it's, you have to like,
well, we're not vulgar like that. We just cuss a lot.
That's true.
Like we don't make like, I mean, occasionally like sex jokes, like very rarely. We don't really have like toilet humor. But yeah, I mean, like my kids, I've made it very clear to them, you know, don't repeat anything, because I cuss at home.
Those are daddy worms.
People. Yeah, it's just like, yeah,
those are daddy words.
Daddy words, don't say them. And then like it got to the point too where the kids would watch and I would cuss and they'd be like, Dad, don't say that. I'm like, I know, I'm sorry. I gotta work on that. Not only do I gotta work on that, but it was also at one point like fucking up all my monetization. So I was like, all right, well, I guess
I'm good. I'm weird where I can turn it, like, it's hard for me to turn it off when I'm comfortable and in a setting with like you and friends. But like there's definitely, like, I'm the same person, but there's definitely a dad mode Skilly versus Skilly here, right? Like I rarely cuss in front of my children. Now, don't get me wrong, I have, like, you know, when something happens, like if I'm driving, I'm not a rage driver or anything, but if I'm driving and someone cuts me off and it scares me, you know, I'm like, oh shit, you know, like, yeah, because we almost got into an accident, you know. But like, other than like examples along those lines, I don't cuss in front of my kids. But I don't, I also don't, I don't think about it. I don't know what it is. It's weird. Like, it's not something that I'm actively trying to suppress or whatever. I just don't end up doing it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm as foul-mouthed outside of, like, hanging out with you guys.
I'm terrible in videos. It might be what's holding back my channel some, honestly.
No.
Because it's too much. Dude, there's like...
No, if you're not getting demonetized or age-restricted, then you're fine. Because what that means... Yeah, because if you cuss once in your video, you're not going to get a family rating anyway.
Like I've done the transcript on some of my videos, and like 5% is.
I have to check every video every time it's uploaded. I have to check the transcripts and make sure there's not 10 within a minute, and then I'll get fucking age restricted because it happens without fail every time. And honestly, I'm gonna be honest here, since
It's
we're
me.
being honest in
It's
this
me.
hot tub. It's fucking you, dude.
I know it's me. I know
you
it's
cuss
me.
so much.
I know I do. I also have a bad habit of like, if I'm gonna cuss, I'm gonna drop like a string. You know, like if I'm in trouble,
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck guys, fuck. You know,
Yeah,
like
you're like
over
shit,
and
shit,
over.
shit, shit. Yeah. Those are the ones that get us.
They are the
that
ones
I've
that get
noticed.
us.
Because in my head, it's like, oh, that was one moment, but it's actually like 7 shits in a row.
Yeah.
Speaking of cussing while driving, I found it funny. Like normally, like you're about to get into an accident. The anticipation of that, or like the moment of like the scare, it like makes you cuss like naturally. But when I got hit by that truck at 70 miles an hour, I said nothing.
That's because you were too.
I completely took over, like trying to steer. That was I found that funny. That it's just like nothing came out of me until I came out of the car. I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Well, I think your body and your mind immediately switched to survival mode, and it's not. You don't have resources to like talk. You have resources to try to process everything as quickly as possible and do what your reactions and reflexes think are best, right?
Yeah.
So
dedicated all my internal resources to focusing.
Paul said, "Skilly, you swear so little, but then I'm Irish, so more than everyone else." The Irish curse a lot. That's great. Oh man. I feel like I curse more than I should probably in videos, right? So I had a professor. So I was English creative writing, right? For those in chat who don't know, I have a creative writing degree in English with a major creative writing, minor in professional writing. And I had a professor who had a really good approach on cursing. He was like, the thing about cursing is as a society, we've assigned it an impact, right? Like we've determined what the bad words are. And when you use them in a certain context or you use them in a certain tone, that's when they have the most weight, right? And so his thing was cursing isn't bad depending on the situation or depending on what you're writing, because he was teaching us writing, right? But he was like, if you use it too much, then it gets diluted and watered down, right? And it doesn't have the same impact or meaning, right? If you're saying fuck every other sentence, then it kind of loses its value, right? But if you use it at the right moments in writing, but I think this is true in words too, you know? Like if you know someone who's that guy who's like just curses every other sentence, then it's like when he says fuck, it's not as impactful as if your mom who goes to church says fuck. You know what I mean? Like if your mom who goes to church says fuck and she never curses, you're like, oh shit. Stuff it just got real, you know what I mean? And so I think my professor was absolutely right in that regard. So there's a balance, right? I think you got to find that balance, and I do think sometimes my balance is too far on the like I pepper in too much, so it sometimes loses it, you know.
Someone said Olaf should be in here. It's like, guys, he'll melt. Come on now.
We could add some more people.
I could add him in there. I'll just add I'll add a little like floating white puddle at the top of the hot tub.
No, don't do that.
With his carrot nose.
You can't add a white puddle to the hot tub, dude. Come on.
Dude, see, I don't even think about this shit. What the fuck is wrong with you guys' minds, dude? Everyone keeps asking, why is Skilly going down underneath the water? He's drowning. He can't swim, guys. That's the joke. Why is everything so sexual? And even if I put Olaf's face in that puddle, people are gonna fucking spin that somehow. Carrot, yeah. What is Skilly doing with the carrot underneath the water?
Dude, every time it's the internet, man. Every time I play any game that has a girl in it, any sort of girl, it doesn't matter what, I get comments like sex comments, and I'm just like, dude, chill the fuck out. Like, go to horny jail. Fucking bastards.
Go to horny jail. I always think of that stupid meme of that dog bashing the other dog in the head with a baseball bat.
Hey, Shield Gaming has donated a couple times. They really want you to know about Lost Skies.
Trust Shield Gaming. Thank you for the support to my buddy Skilly. I am very aware of Lost Skies. We just trust me. It's funnier if I don't draw attention to it, though.
Well, I feel like we gotta play. I'm just kidding.
We're gonna play it. We just haven't. There's been other things with the gang. I want to play with Dre.
Yeah, I would like to get Dre into. I think it'd be fun with more people.
I think he'll love the Worlds Adrift.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, It is essentially, it is Worlds Adrift. It is from the same developers. So,
hey, did you hear Worlds Adrift shut down?
I did hear that, dude. That's crazy. Man, you're referencing like a 7-year-old joke at this point.
I know. A lot of my community's not gonna get it.
No,
So.
I think I'll tell you right now, the people who will get it have little wrench icons next to their names.
This is true.
I don't even think Hannah's in here.
Hannah's not in here. No, Creative Nick probably gets it.
Yeah, and Nula.
So,
That was their joke.
Was it? Yeah.
They started that.
I know.
Actually, I think it was Hannah's. I think originally Hannah started that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I also have her okay emote that she gave me to use for the Discord as well. So.
Yes, Subnautica 2. Everybody, I've had so many people say they want me to talk, but there's nothing to talk about, guys. We don't have any information. I will let you know if I get any information. I'm allowed to talk about it.
I'm also. Can I give a PSA to the community right now? All right. Any videos you see on YouTube talking about Subnautica 2, the only information out there is what they shared publicly in their game dev diaries. I think they've released like 1 or 2, and they did a little. Didn't they do like a little teaser trailer or something?
Yeah.
That's all the information that's public. So if you see a video made by someone with the name that starts with A or some other stuff talking about Subnautica 2 or whatever, it's just all bullshit and conjecture. I'm just gonna be honest.
Oh God.
I'm just gonna put it out. I'll say it. IGP didn't put these words in my mouth, but it's just people milking the cow for milk when there is no milk right now. Okay. I'm just gonna tell you that,
dude. Who else are you bringing into this? Fucking Day of Dragons?
Let's get it out here. Day of Dragons sucks. Hashtag what was it? Saggy subs, saggy balls. I'm just gonna put that out there. It bothers me when YouTube people want to talk about clickbait sometimes. They accuse me of clickbaiting some stuff. If you want to talk about bad clickbait, unless somebody's doing a reaction video to the trailer or whatever, anything they're doing video wise about Subnautica 2 is just pure speculation and bullshit on their part right now. So if you're seeing Subnautica 2 videos, they're full of shit. All right, I'm taking a hard stance right now on that.
Yeah.
So
and like for those who, I mean, it's kind of like it's always been like I'm okay with this guy with Anthomnia. I'm just gonna say Anthomnia. I'm okay. Like I had an issue with a specific couple of events that happened long in the past. Water under the bridge, I don't care. But yes, I am tired of seeing people saying, "Oh, have you seen this new thing?" And it's like that's not real. It's not. It's just clickbait videos.
People will send me,
and he will admit it. If he was in the chat right now, he would definitely admit it. There's no way.
People will send me emails with videos of other creators have made about Subnautica 2, and I'll click on it. And based on the thumbnail and title, I know immediately that it's bullshit. But then I click on it, and it's not just him either. There are other people. I'll click on it. I'll watch the first 30 seconds, and it's just a person talking about, I don't know, their wish list for Subnautica 2, or based on, you know, what was in Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero, and based on what they released in the trailer, they're piecing together all these breadcrumbs, and they figured out when Half-Life 3 is going to come out. Like, guys, don't, you know, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
And people will send it to me, and they'll be like, because I can tell they just looked at the thumbnail or title, they'd be like, did you hear Ghost Leviathans are coming back? And it's like, no, that hasn't been confirmed. Like,
hasn't been confirmed.
You know, but then they'll like all this shit, you know, gets it. It's like, calm down. I can guarantee you, for the most part, unless somebody gets sponsored, that the first time we will get confirmation of stuff for Subnautica 2, it will come directly from Unknown Worlds. So just go to Unknown Worlds, socials, and all that, and that's where you'll get the correct, accurate information on Subnautica 2. So,
exactly. But yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I've done plenty of my fair share of clickbait videos.
Yeah, but you learned and moved on.
Yeah. I fucking, dude, the whole beginning of the Hello Neighbor era, I hate that era of my channel. I despise that. But it was kind of like, it was this thing where it's like, genuinely, and I'm not kidding at all, the idea of clickbait never really registered with me in the beginning. Because like, I didn't know how to do titles. I didn't really know what I was doing at all. But then when like people would say, hey, like especially in Hello Neighbor and Subnautica, they would say things like, hey, did you try doing this? Or did you try doing this? Like, because Hello Neighbor was like riddled with like secrets and shit. And it's like, oh, hey, did you try like going to the grave in the back of the neighbor's house in the original pre-alpha, which I loved that pre-alpha, by the way. But hey, did you go back in there and check? Maybe you can dig it up. And I'm like, oh, hey, maybe I could just record myself doing that and then see what it is. Like, these are what people are asking. And then when I did that, I titled it based on the question that was asked of me. And then the video was me going out there and trying to do my best to like get, like if there was maybe a way I needed to get something first or to dig and to see if there was anything in the grave. But that was the whole video. There was no payoff because there wasn't anything in there, but that wasn't the purpose. And then I was like, oh shit, asking these questions in the titles works. And then it was just like a snowball from there. It's like, ooh, what else can I make a video about? So I had videos about fucking everything. And it was just like,
7 years ago, you did a fantastic video on this, but there's a different, like, clickbait is important, but there's a difference between good clickbait and bad clickbait, right?
Yeah.
And bad clickbait is either outright lying about something or overselling it to an extreme, right? If it tends to be a nothing burger, like is what you're kind of talking about there, right? I'll link this in chat. Chat, I recommend highly, if you like YouTube at all or you watch a lot of creators, even though this video is 7 years old, IGP, this is a fantastically done, like, stream of consciousness kind of, like, well-organized layout of clickbait and how good clickbait is fine, but bad clickbait is good, right? And all YouTube, any successful YouTuber on YouTube, myself included, has used clickbait before, but the difference is good clickbait versus bad clickbait. Good clickbait isn't lying to you. It's not false advertising. It's not over exaggerating. It's not overselling, right? Bad clickbait is those fail compilations of skateboarding and bicycles and stuff that have a thumbnail as titties on them, right? Like, that's bad clickbait, you know, at an extreme.
Or the Halo 3 gameplay just dropped and it's Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up.
Right.
That's bad clickbait.
Yeah, that's bad clickbait. Yeah. So,
but yeah,
I mean,
I could absolutely make this video now with a lot more understanding of it, I think, because back then I probably would have the same core sentiment of it, but I think there's a lot more I could say, because I've gotten criticism for like thumbnails before, and I've always had the argument of like, well, I make my thumbnails to represent the video the best that it can. I know people have this weird expectation of like, the thumbnail needs to be like a screenshot of the game or like the key art and that's it, so you know exactly what you're getting. And it's kind of like, I'm fine with like movie posters.
Yeah.
In that, you know, like a Scream movie poster might be the ghost face with the knife and he's like above the house and everyone else is real small. It's like, that's not necessarily implying that he's bigger or like this never happened in the movie, but it represents the core elements, right? And you play with that a little bit. I think it's perfectly fine if it's like you have a monster in your thumbnail and you make him a little bit bigger than he is. Like, does that change anything?
No. I don't think so. I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so. And the problem is too is like, well, when everyone starts doing clickbait in the bad way and like they start getting more and more extreme, then it's kind of like, well, what levels do you have to take? I think genuinely, fuck that video I made. Watch Veritasium's video on clickbait.
Veritasium does have
Veritasium's video on clickbait is insanely more in depth and good.
I'm gonna do that one. Yeah, but he's a scientist, dude. Of course he's gonna.
But then why the fuck would you listen to me over a damn scientist?
How do you spell I can never spell Veritasium.
Literally how, just sound it out.
Veritasium. Okay, there we go. Veritasium clickbait. I want to find that video and link it for everybody. He does it great too. Plus, people always ask too what some of like your favorite YouTubers are or whatever. Like if you're a creator, people ask you a lot, what are your favorite YouTubers? I would say if you enjoy science or you like factual stuff, Veritasium is just a goddamn juggernaut. Yeah, he's amazing videos.
It's actually insane.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I can't wait for the day when it's like it comes out that Veritasium's information's like all bullshit or something. It's
no,
like,
there's no way because he gets like real experts and everything.
No, I know. It's just so
fascinating.
I know he probably he definitely has a team. There's no way.
He does have a team.
Because he's more like
he does have a
team.
He's got people now, and in his videos now, he's having like members of his team show up. Like he just did one I watched, The Biggest Misconception in Football, and it's got Tom Brady in it, and they're doing the science behind how you throw a football good and how you throw a perfect spiral. And I don't want to spoil the title of the video, but I was, even if you don't care about football, it's just an interesting video because we've all
the
thrown
videos
a
are
football.
always interesting.
Yeah, so half the time I don't care about the subjects that he's doing. Like it'll be about some math problem, but then I watch the video and 2 minutes in, I'm super engaged and I'm like, holy shit. So, but yeah, Veritasium's great. There's his clickbait video. Anyway, I think clickbait's another one of those terms, dude, that gets like overused, kind of like gaslighting. Like it's kind of gotten watered down, you know?
Yeah.
So. Also, it's always crazy to me when people think that YouTubers shouldn't use clickbait at all. It's like, listen, our videos, like, a person makes a video because they want people to watch it, right? And puts it on YouTube. And so you'd be crazy not to package the video with an enticing thumbnail and title, right? To get people to click. The thing is, just don't be a dickwad and false advertise or, you know, lie about it, right? So, like, don't put playing repo with Markiplier and then Markiplier's not in the video. Okay, well, you're a D-bag.
Oh my god, dude! I gotta tell you, when I worked for Toby, he did that shit so much.
Did he? Oh my god!
Oh my god! He would mention Markiplier forcibly at some point in the video, and then tell me to title his video and put him in the thumbnail and stuff. It's like, brother, that's skeezy. I'm saying that shit now that fucking Toby is a fucking crazy nut job. What a fucking loser that guy is.
Careful, man.
Jesus
he might try
Christ.
to come and put his nuts on you.
Oh god. Not even that part, dude.
I know.
I mean, did you see all the shit he did recently on Twitter?
I saw his Twitter meltdown.
Get the fuck out of here, dumbass.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Tobuscus.
Yeah. It's not a highlight of my life at all. It wasn't before all this shit, and it isn't after. Not a highlight. That guy, it was a great opportunity, obviously, to like, I guess, get into editing work and stuff, but it's like, whoo, I don't know.
You guys don't even know.
Tobuscus.
You guys don't even know the IGP lore runs deep. You just blew Paulo's mind, one of my mods. You used to work with Cinnamon Toast Ken, didn't you?
I also edited for Cinnamon Toast Ken, yeah. And me and him work together right now.
AKA with, PewDiePie's partner in crime.
Yeah, I'm part of Key Creators, is that company that Cinnamon Toast Ken built.
Can I tell you guys a secret? Every YouTuber lives in a basement of an old Chinese woman, and she just comes down and whips us and makes us make videos. I'm kidding. It's all a scam. It's all a video farm.
IGP lore. Yeah, I don't know if I ever I don't really know if I ever talked about it extensively.
Oh shit, was I not supposed to say that? About this?
No, I don't care.
Oh, okay.
No, now that I can now it's more of a reason to talk about how much of a dumbass he is.
Oh, Tobuscus? No, I didn't bring up Tobuscus. You did. I meant the Cinnamon Toast Ken thing.
Oh, Cinnamon Toast Ken. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay. I figured it was.
Yeah. I mean,
he's still a cool guy. He's still like a dad.
Yeah, he linked me in all of it. He's doing, dude, he's had like, Cinnamon Toast Ken has had crazy arcs in his channel.
Career, yeah.
Yeah, because like he obviously like blew up with PewDiePie, and then he kept going with his own gaming stuff, and then like, you know, he got married, settled down, had a kid, so then he stopped doing gaming stuff, and then he started doing vlogs, like family vlogs and baby vlogs and stuff. And so like when that happened, his channel kind of died relatively.
Nosedive, yeah.
But then he got with his buddy and started doing these like commentary reaction videos on like random, like I guess like maybe some TLC shows or like anything that's like obscure. they don't really talk a lot about drama from what I've seen, but it's mostly like oddball shit, like kind of the stuff that like H3 used to do back in the day, like the weird maybe videos you've never heard of before. So there's definitely a market for that, and he's doing well, man. He's getting like, I'd say like 400,000 views average a video.
That's awesome. Good for him.
Yeah, so he picked it back up. It was crazy.
Raph said, I wouldn't call this clickbait. It's high engagement titles and thumbnails. Clickbait tends to imply an aspect of deception. Exactly. Yeah, Raph. Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like, there's levels to that too. That's the thing. Like, it's not black and white whether clickbait is good or bad. It's like to what degree. Like, I think if you consume whatever content is being advertised, because clickbait can apply to anything, an article you read, a newspaper you read, a video you watch, whatever. If by the end of it you feel unsatisfied that what you thought you were going to get out of that video isn't provided, then you can argue that it's clickbait. And then to what level that exists in you afterwards is like how bad that clickbait was. So if like you go into a video of mine and the thumbnail is not a screenshot of the game, but it's instead like, I don't know, Still Wakes the Deep, right? Like I took the monster that was from Still Wakes the Deep and I enlarged it to hover over the oil rig. I was actually worried when I released that video that people were going to be upset about that thumbnail. But I think by the time that they ended it, I don't remember seeing anybody complain about it, because I think it was enough to accentuate like the fear combined with the title and then the delivery of the game, right? I think it was fine for people enough to not care. It's like, oh, I didn't see the screenshot. I get that a lot sometimes. It's like, oh, your thumbnail showed, I didn't see that happen. It's like, yeah, it's a doctored image, dude. It's not a screenshot.
Well, I would also argue
part,
maybe you didn't see that exact scene in the game, but by the end of Still Wakes the Deep, the shape, which is the cosmic entity, right, is basically overtaken the entire oil rig, right? And like most of the living and organic matter around there. So, and the ending kind of shows it to be like this massive thing, right? A little bit. So yeah. I would argue, yeah, that exact scene doesn't exist, but it's a good movie poster that conveys kind of the idea and the themes and the thoughts and a little bit of the ending of the game, right? Metaphorically.
Right.
So, someone, I guess, could argue, oh man, I wanted to see the monster that big and that clearly next to the oil rig or whatever. I feel clickbaited, I guess, but that would be like the lowest form of clickbait to me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I feel like you still accurately represented the game, Yeah.
And like the Still Wakes the Deep DLC, like it's a picture of the monster surrounding the bell, which does happen. You just don't see that from the outside perspective.
It's off screen. Yeah. It's
off screen. Right. So yeah, you could, in a way, there would be people who say that's clickbait because it does happen. You just don't see that from that perspective. But again, the thumbnail is to like heighten the nature of the atmosphere of the game. I pick those on purpose. Like I choose those on purpose because it's like, okay, when you're going into this and you're clicking it, what can you expect? It's like if I just say, ooh, Still Wakes the Deep got a DLC, there will be people who are interested in that. But maybe if I play onto the nature of the fear on top of Still Wakes the Deep being an amalgamation of phobias, you add one more where now you're underwater completely and the rig has sunk to the bottom. So yeah, it's, that's all to say. I'm not saying that all my thumbnails are not clickbait. You could argue that they are pretty much every single one, for sure. You can have an argument there.
Danny has a point too. She says if you're watching the whole video for that one image, that's insane. I agree with that too.
Yeah, that is kind of.
I personally I've clicked on a video because I see the thumbnail and I'm like, ooh, that looks interesting, or that looks cool to me. I want to watch it. But I've never clicked on a video, watched it, and then not seen the exact image in the thumbnail and been like, well, this is dumb. Like I've never had that takeaway. Now,
I never saw that.
If it was bad clickbait and it was like the image was completely different from anything in the video, then I was like, oh, what the fuck was that? But
right. like we've talked about too, like you've played some games that are like cosmic horror lace, and like the lore would imply like gigantic monsters, but you never see it, like if it's a demo or something. And then if you put that in the image into the thumbnail, I don't consider that clickbait, because that's like the that expresses what the game is about. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like it captures the feeling of the game and what the game is about. Even if there's talking about it in the lore and it's explained, putting it in the thumbnail, I don't think that's clickbait, even if that moment never exactly happens. That's a good point, though. They said, who said that? That if you watch an entire video for like whatever the thumbnail moment is.
Danny.
Yeah,
up in chat
like that's a good point. There are a lot of people who do stuff like that, and they're usually the ones to complain.
There's a lot. We can see this. We can see this in our analytics. If there's a game and there's like one monster and the monster looks cool, and we use the monster for our thumbnail, then we can go and we can look at our analytics in YouTube for that video. And usually when we have our first encounter with that monster, whether we die or not, usually you could see a drop off after that encounter's over, and how many, a percentage of the audience still being there. And the reason is somebody saw the image of the monster, they're like, oh, that's cool, I want to see that in game. They'll click, they'll watch until the monster encounter happens, and then they leave the video. And it's like, oh man, come on. Like,
no, I pulled that multiple times at this point, because when I found out that was a thing, I was like, is that real? And then people say, yeah, like there was a lot of people that expressed that when the tension dies, they're no longer interested. And it's like, all right, well, I don't think that's the majority of people. I think that's a select few, but it was enough.
I think it's a small percentage.
It's enough to make a noticeable dip in our analytics. Like you can literally see when that happens. Yeah, so that's why, if you've ever wondered like why I always make like a big deal, like if I die and I edit that part, I always make it kind of like quick to get right back to where I was, or like I try to like, I don't know, play into it like audio editing or something, anything to like kind of steer that away, so people, it's like, hey, don't stop watching, it's still tense, there's still going to be stuff, you know. You kind of have to do that, unfortunately.
This goes back to my point that I've talked a lot about recently, and you and I have talked about, which is, and I include myself in this, but as an audience, we have trained creators, not just on YouTube, but on every platform, to do things certain ways based on our watching habits, right? Like shorts content has become uber popular. So people want that quick fix, right? Or they want those hits of dopamine. So that's why compilation videos became a thing. Because people would just go to a video, they'd watch a video, and then they'd rewatch it, but they'd skip to all their favorite parts, right? And so the creators, or the people producing the content, respond to the audience's, how the audience interacts with it, and over time, the content morphs to try to follow the audience, right? And it's just constantly catching up. So
yeah, exactly. You get screenshots and Photoshop them, or promotional imagery, because some of your thumbnails are shifts. Thank you. I use with most of the games that I play are made in either Unity or Unreal, so I have like tools that I use. Like after I play, I'll go back in and I can get like a free camera and like freeze moments. That's usually what I do, unless the artwork for the promotional imagery is really good. Then I'll use that.
Don't sell yourself short, though. He does a lot of composite work in Photoshop, combining different elements and images together, doing a lot of like compositing in Photoshop to make something unique. So it's very rare that you have a thumbnail that someone could just go and like through reverse image search, they could find exactly your thumbnail, right? It's usually you've got a bunch of layers and different things going on, and blending and everything, and color correction and all that shit, right?
Yeah, sure.
So it's true. What do you mean, sure?
I know.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but yes, I Photoshop. yes.
So
I don't. It's too much, dude. Don't toot my horn.
No. You deserve the credit, man. No. Hey, IS or AAS, I hope I'm not butchering that. Earlier asked, have we seen the Silent Hill 1 remake with one of their donations? Yeah, we've both seen that. So
yes.
Can I be honest?
Very happy.
I'm very happy and I'm very excited about it, but I really hate announcements for games and stuff where they do what they did there with Silent Hill 1. Like, I don't like them making a video and the video isn't really anything.
It's an announcement.
It's an announcement, but then don't make a fucking video. Just fucking do a social post and a news post on your platform and talk to some big video game outlets like IGN or whatever and let them do it.
Dude, this is where I'm going to disagree with you like crazy.
I don't think
that's
it
the
needs
most
a
hype
video
shit.
with fog and just then Silent Hill 1 remake.
They do.
That's dumb.
Yes, they do. No, you're dumb.
No,
you take
I
that
feel
back.
clickbaited by that.
I turned around to you to tell you you're dumb.
You I feel clickbaited by that because I clicked on that and I know what it is and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, Silent Hill 1 remake.
No,
I can't wait to see some of it. And then I don't see anything.
You are literally acting like those people who see the thumbnail and expect to see that screenshot. That's what you're doing right now.
No, I'm not. I'm totally not.
If you're saying that
I would never do something like this to prove a point we were just making, ever.
That's like I'm sure you're not the only person, although I would say I have never seen.
No, dude, in seriousness, I was joking.
Okay.
I was being an asshole and I was being an asshole and beating the dead horse. You know, I was just trying to see. Yeah,
I got
you know, you didn't let me have any. I was wanting chat to call me out, and you immediately hopped on that.
You don't be talking about my Silent Hills or my Bloober.
You immediately got the stick and started beating me.
Yeah, what's weird though is that like I've said this plenty of times. It's like I feel like I'm more of a Silent Hill 2 fan than I am a Silent Hill fan. So I'm cool with Silent Hill 1. I think they're gonna do a great job, and I think it might make me love the game more because I never played it myself. I watched someone play it, but I think that they might make me love it, right? Just because it's Bloober and they're really good at what they do with that type of game.
Well, here's
the story of like Silent Hill 1, 3, and then on really bugs me because I don't like this like cult nonsense.
You have too much love for you have too much love and like you have Silent Hill 2 on a pedestal so much that the other stuff doesn't hold up as much for you, I think. I
don't think that's just me though. I think that's like
it's a lot of people. I think Silent Hill 2 is probably the most beloved, right? But that doesn't mean it's a bad game or that it's going to be bad.
No, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, but that's why I said for me, I think I'm more of a Silent Hill 2 fan than a Silent Hill fan. So like I like The Room, but you know, you know, it's still, that one was a little bit more abstract than just like you know, the cult stuff.
Here's my thing,
but it still had it.
I know people sometimes shit on remakes and stuff, but I think this is the right way to do a remake when it's kind of warranted, right? Like, I'm gonna say something here that's maybe, I recognize this even for myself. I think we all, if you're a gamer, you play games, or even you watch games, you enjoy games, you have games that are nostalgic for you and hold a special place in your heart, right? Like Silent Hill 2. But I'm going to be honest with you. Like, when I started, you know, working with you and getting into horror games and everything, and you were talking about Silent Hill 2 so much, right? I went and I bought Silent Hill 2 HD version for Xbox 360. And I know you were like, but even with the like, that's supposed to have some controls refinement and some updated visuals and everything, because I don't have...
Voice acting is different.
Voice acting is different, right? But I didn't even get that far into it. Silent Hill 2, the original, is just so dated that, yeah, someone like you who's a fan of it could go back and play the original, and you would still have a good time with it and enjoy it because you have that nostalgia and it holds that special place for you, right? But if you're a newbie like me coming into Silent Hill 2 and trying to play the original whatever version, it's been too much time has passed and it's too dated. That doesn't mean it's a bad game. I don't agree with that. It doesn't mean it's a bad game, but it just means it's like...
No, I know what you mean. Like,
you know what I mean.
Nostalgia holds up so many different games for people.
Yeah.
But I think when it comes to like, let's say Final Fantasy VII, like if we're talking about like game mechanics, graphics, all together, right, and story, you could argue that like Final Fantasy VII is dated as shit.
No, and I Final Fantasy VII holds a special place in my heart. I could go back and play it, but I recognize.
But the reason why people resonate with it so long after is because of the story of it. Like Silent Hill 2, the original, had many problems, especially with controls, combat, stuff like that, but those things were secondary to what was the story, which is what stuck with me. Like, it wasn't that the graphics or like or anything else really stuck with me. It was more the story.
I get
like,
that,
stories being told in that way, that was not very common back then, especially in games. It was always about very grounded things, or like Resident Evil's like straightforward. The storytelling is just so linear and just like, this is what you would expect out of a B movie.
But here's my point. You may the story nostalgia, or the nostalgia for the narrative, may carry you. But how long is a playthrough of the original Silent Hill 2? Like, on average?
Probably 6-7 hours, maybe.
Okay, so you can't tell me that if you were to go back and make an earnest effort to play it now, that at some point in time playing it, yeah, you've got the nostalgia for the story and for playing it as a kid, that the controls or some of those dated aspects wouldn't annoy you at some point during that playthrough.
I've done it.
You don't think they would? Really?
No, I've done it. Like,
it happens to me every time.
I've played Silent Hill 2 multiple times, like, within the last like 3 or 4 years.
It happens to me every time with Final Fantasy 7 is a good one. That's one of my top 10 games of all time. I love the original. I have replayed the original several times. I agree with you. The story has carried me a lot. I also really like the turn-based combat. It's still in the original, and the materia system. But I will tell you, there are lots of aspects of that original Final Fantasy 7 that are just so dated that I find myself, because it's a longer game, I find myself getting annoyed with when I go back, despite my nostalgia. So I think a lot of people, like, if you're fresh, if you're completely fresh to a game that's as old as Silent Hill 2 or Final Fantasy 7, and you're trying to play the original, I can see it, a lot of people having a hard time getting into it, just because if you play a lot of newer games, there's some hurdles that you have to overcome, right? Versus if you were to play it back in 1997 with that lens, and win everything for Final Fantasy 7 with that lens, and having only played other games like it around that time, you would be blown away, because it just, from that time period, it just blew everything else away, right? So
right, but I guess it depends on the game and what it was about the game that blew you away at the time. Like, I could say, like, Donkey Kong 64 was a huge part of my childhood. Like, I played a lot of Donkey Kong 64, but I know damn well there's nothing about that game that makes me think that that game holds up today. Like, I've gone back for nostalgia purposes and played it, and I'm like, yeah, this is really not. This was great at the time, it's just not. But my memories tell me that it was amazing. But it's different with a game like Silent Hill 2, because, I mean, dude, you could watch, like, hundreds probably at this point of video essays of people who have heard nothing but good things about Silent Hill 2. They go in to play it in current era of gaming, the original, and they write an essay or do a video essay about how it is the best horror game they've ever played.
But I think maybe, are they focusing only on the story and how it made them feel versus
of course.
Like, you can't tell me is there a video essay out there going and they're talking about how it's the pinnacle of control schemes for survival horror?
No, but that's because that aspect is not about that game. That aspect is not what holds the game up to today. It's the story. The Silent Hill 2, as it was presented, could have been a movie and it would last with people forever. This is the same reason why it's like people still refer to, like, I don't know, The Matrix is one of the best movies ever, right? Or one of their favorite movies. That's in a lot of people's top 10, right? The Matrix, or like Lord of the Rings. Some of the CGI in Lord of the Rings, the trilogy, is dated at this point. They could probably do it much better now. It was really good. Even for now, it's still pretty good. Like with Gollum. Yeah. But there's aspects to it that's like clunky. Some of the writing, or like the dialogue, or like the changes from the books, it's kind of like some of the goofy moments or where they portrayed characters was a little weird. But
do you still like the original Silent Hill 2 more than the remake?
No.
Okay.
I in my stream, and if anyone is in chat right now that can recall, I said that if you are new, I would recommend playing the remake, because the combat is so fun. Like, that's one thing that I said it multiple times when I was playing too. I was like, the combat was so clunky back in the day. People were forgiving of it because it was going with those tank, like, Resident Evil controls, right? And it was like, the idea is, and it still was in the remake, is that James is not a fighter, so he doesn't have like, he can't kick people or like somersault over them, right? He just swings it frantically and hopes that the thing dies. That's what the average person would do. So they kept true to that, but they did make it more interactive and fun to fight. Like, I had zero problems with controls with the remake. They spent a lot of time with that to make sure that that part is also amped up, so that way when people experience the story, they also had a good time playing the game itself.
So then,
because yes, if you were to ask me back in the day, I would still tell you, like, I hate these controls. I hate the tank. I hate when I walk through a door, the camera changes and it's like the opposite direction, and like I'll still walk forward because I'm holding forward, but if I drift a little bit to the right or left, he'll turn completely around. That annoyed the shit out of me when I was young. So
yeah, so I feel like as a modern gamer coming fresh into something like that, that would get really annoying, and that would honestly color my opinion some of the game. Like it did. I tried to play when I was getting into horror games 5.5 years ago and starting YouTube with you and really earnestly getting into horror games, and I found out that, you know, I was like, man, I've always loved Resident Evil, and I've always loved Resident Evil 4, and IGP just talks all the time about Silent Hill 2. I was like, I gotta play this. And I went into it, and, you know, I from you and just from having heard bits and pieces around here and hearing people compare it, I knew the overall story already, right? So I went into it and I knew the story was amazing, but like I couldn't get past some of the older mechanics and just like things in it, not just controls, but just like the older package. I just couldn't get past it. I was like, I'm not really having like. Yeah, the voice acting was good. The ambience was good. The story and the few cutscenes I got through and everything were fine, but it was just too dated for me to be able to fully engage with it. And so I was like, you know what? The remake's coming. I'm just going to wait. I already know the story and why it's great and everything. I think I'll just, you know, I'm not going to get anything else out of this, so I'm going to pull out. I'm going to stop playing it. I'm glad I tried, but I'm not going to play it because I just don't have that nostalgia for it, you know? So
yeah,
I don't have that experience.
Well, yeah, you don't. Yeah, I mean, even people that come in, you know, if you have to know what you're playing Silent Hill 2 for in the first place. Again, it's not from the gameplay standpoint, the mechanics, the controls. Yes, those absolutely they're dated. You could argue they were dated back then. They weren't the best, but that wasn't the focus of the game, right? That's not the focus of most of the early Silent Hill games.
Well, I would even argue...
It was the story.
Yeah, I would argue even... I mean, the graphics still look good for a game of that era, and I could recognize that. And you know me, I'm not a huge graphics guy. But at the end of the day, too, I just couldn't draw myself into it because the graphics just weren't... I'm used to believable graphics now, right? So, like, I couldn't suspend my disbelief. I couldn't get that suspension of disbelief going like you need to really get immersed into it to really feel the horror aspect. Personally, there was that. Do you think it's like a limitation thing that bothers you? Like they could do better, or was it a stylistic choice that bothers you? I think could you get into it if it was always like a pixelated 2D game? If it had a modernized pixelated or modernized PS2 style, probably, yeah.
Okay.
But it didn't have that, right? I think it's literally we're spoiled. You get used to, like, have you ever gone back? Like, I don't know if you've done this, but have you ever gone back? Like, I walked into my wife's grandmother's house one time, and she had gotten a new TV, and she had mixed up the composite cables on it. She was still using composite cables, and it was in 480p instead of 1080p. And it looked so... I looked at it, and I knew immediately that the resolution was wrong. And it looked so bad, though, that I was watching it, and I was like, I know I watched 480p for most of my childhood, right? And I never had a problem with it. I looked at it for like 10 minutes. I watched it, and I was just like, this is so bad and, like, so fucked up looking. I don't know how anybody ever watched TV at this resolution, but it's because I'm spoiled by 1080p and 1440p and 4K and everything now, right? I'm like, just do an experiment for yourself. Go back and find a video that's in 480p or 722p and try to watch it. It's terrible.
I play
It's
Melee
horrible.
on CRTs. I know, trust me.
It's horrible.
I personally don't hold that same outlook that you do on games.
I almost feel like something's wrong with my. I hate to say it. I sound like a snob right now, but I almost, when I look at like
a lot of people
480p or 720p now, I almost feel like there's a problem. Like I'm having a problem with my eyes. Like my eyes are blurry. Like it looks blurry to me. I'm so used to the resolution. So
yeah. No, I definitely I understand that, but I don't know, maybe for me, and probably like, I feel like it's split, right? Like half of gamers would feel this the way you do, and half would feel the way I do. The graphics and like controls don't take away from whatever it is about the game that's good.
Yeah,
like, I mean, people still think Pac-Man is a good game, right? To me, I find it boring because there is no end game for it, and I personally don't like high score games in general, but because I like having an ending. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna look at the shitty pixelated like 240p graphics of Pac-Man and then be like, I can't. This is too low resolution for me. I can't play it.
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean?
I've played Pac-Man and I like Pac-Man, but I play it in the modernized version on Nintendo Switch with my kids, and it's in like 1080p.
Boom,
you know,
particles everywhere, and like, there's no anti-aliasing and all this shit. I don't. Yeah, we're definitely.
I think I'm spoiled. Like I play plenty of like what I would argue are not great graphical games, and I'm fine with them, but it's just a modernized version of it, right? I think you get like, I don't know, I feel like I've been trained to be so used to it that if I don't have that history with an older game or whatever, I find it personally really hard to go back. Even though I did recognize I played for like 2 hours or like 2.5 hours. I played the original Silent Hill and the up-resed version, and I recognized that I thought the voice acting was good, the ambience was good, of course the story was still good. The other things just felt so bogged down and old that I just couldn't continue through it. So I don't know. Yeah,
well, that's.
And I think that's okay. I don't think that's a problem. If you have a nostalgia for a game and you can still go back and enjoy it, that's great. But I think
well no, but see, this is where I have to disagree, because it's not nostalgia that applies when I go back and play the original, or even like I watch like I don't know, a video essay or something about the story. The story itself is timeless. There's no and then this is kind of why when Bloober remade it, it's like, one, you keep true to it because you should if you're doing a remake, but also because there isn't anything that needs to be additional to it. It's a perfect story, and it's a beautiful horror story that, like, again, at the time, there aren't, especially in gaming, there was nothing like that really in the sphere and after that for a long time, nothing to that level of like Jacob's Ladder type
okay,
like,
let me ask you this. Maybe I keep over relying on the word nostalgia. Okay, because I'm really trying to. I know I sound argumentative, but I'm trying to understand your perspective or the other side of the fence.
It's a conversation.
Right?
We're not arguing.
Well, we have good-natured arguments. I don't think arguing is bad.
Yeah, I guess there's a stigma behind that.
Yeah. Okay, now you have the OG Silent Hill 2 and you have the remake, right?
Yes.
So, from my perspective, why would you ever go back and play the original now? Like, you yourself said the remake is better. So,
well, I would say,
you ever choose to go back and play the OG?
Yes.
Over the remake when you have just
but that would be over the remake because that would be a nostalgia thing. If I chose to do it over the remake, if the story is being told the same. See, this is like, if we had this conversation before the remake was made, I would say you're an idiot for, like, it's a disservice to yourself to not experience the story of that game before the remake came, because now you can experience the story where you have fun.
I paid $50 for that game.
But you had internal limitations for that, though. Like, you had a breaking point where if the controls or the graphics aren't up to par to what you expect because you're going back in time 20 some years, then you can't get into it. And that's fine. I'm just saying, I would have said if this game was never remade, you not experiencing the story would be a disservice as a horror game fan.
Yeah.
Is what I would argue. But you've experienced the story, even if you've heard of it too, because you said you knew about it. So
yeah, I'll be honest. I've watched multiple like video essays or like just entire breakdowns of the story online before. So
right.
But yeah.
Right. But if you're asking me the question now that the remake is there, I've played it, I've enjoyed it. I said it is either on par or better than the original. And I would recommend that new people coming in play the remake, because really at the end of the day, what matters about Silent Hill 2 is the story being told. If I went back and played the original, it would be because of nostalgia, yes. And also there are some things that like, the few things I didn't like is that they like, you know, like the menu sounds and other things that I felt were very part of Silent Hill 2. Like the audio design, first of all, that's another aspect too, is the audio design back then is fucking top notch.
Yeah. Like
the soundtrack was incredible. The sounds were incredible. It was incredibly well designed from an audio standpoint. They did that. They did do it justice in the remake, but there are some things that they changed that I would personally wish they kept or like fine-tuned from the original. But that's it.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but yeah, in that scenario, yeah, that would be clearly just nostalgia driving me to do it. Like, I want to experience what I felt when I was younger. But before the remake, no, that would be, everyone needs to experience this story. Yeah, that would be crazy to me.
I do need rubber
Dude,
inflatables.
is the fog increasing more? Like, what? Why did I look over and the fog is so thick for a second?
It's
what the hell is that?
because I haven't had bubbles on for a while, and so you got used to normal, and now it looks extra foggy to you. So... Hey, Danny did a $50. I know I've missed a ton of super chats and stuff. I've been hearting them, guys. I'm sorry. I really appreciate all the donos. You guys are all legends and rock stars. I've read all your messages. I've seen them. I promise. I know everybody who donated. You're in my heart. My heart is in my chest. But I got to call out Danny because you can't see it in chat what she said. $50 stream elements donation. For some people, games will always keep them enamored no matter how bad or out of date they are. Like that first love from high school who actually treated you atrociously. That's true too. Well, that's what I mean. You have a little bit of like rose-colored glasses, I feel like, for certain reasons, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. I just think I guess the whole point I was trying to drive at is, right, there's those old games that people hold up like Silent Hill 2 as the pinnacle of a genre or the pinnacle of something, right? Like psychological horror storytelling for Silent Hill 2. And I think if you didn't have that experience with the game when it originally released, and I don't mean you had to play it right when it came out. I mean, if you didn't play it within that first 5 years of its release and you didn't have that experience with it, I think people who did and always talk about it being the best game ever, I think sometimes it's easy for them to forget that it may be harder for people who didn't have that experience with it in that time period to go back and get the same experience that they had. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the difference is that applies to a lot of games. I just think the difference is like when it's about a story, stories can be timeless, and that's what I would consider Silent Hill 2.
I agree. Well, that's why
because it isn't experiencing it like when you're done with the game and you've went through that hell.
Yeah.
And the emotions of it, nothing you're going to remember about the game had anything to do with like tank controls or combat. You're not going to, that's not what sticks out to you. So that's not what is being called back when people have that experience.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. I mean,
at some point in time, we might be like so far in the future with gaming that we're just like in a simulation ourselves experiencing a game. And then it's like, well, I got to sit down in front of a TV and play Silent Hill 2. No, thanks. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I think there's definitely going to be a time when that happens. But even still, what will last beyond that is the story.
I mean, there's a game
like someone's legacy, like your legacy, right? That will supersede your life.
Oh, we're getting philosophical now, dude. Pun on my name. I mean, literally, in my right, like I went to college and I studied creative writing. I studied My degree says creative writing, but I studied crafting
you didn't
stories.
You didn't want to like, oh, just ignore the controls for a moment and experience the story. You would love it. That's
okay. Maybe I would have been able. Okay, I think it was the time period in my life too, right? Like now is a bad time for me to deal with a video game that has some frustrating aspects, even if it has this amazing part, because I'm uber busy, right? I'm an adult. I'm a dad. I'm trying to, at that time, I was in the midst of really trying to jumpstart my channel. Still kind of am. I don't have a lot of extra time, so if I had more free time, if you had presented that game to me when we were teenagers or when I was in my early 20s and I had more free time and I didn't have kids, I probably would have put up with it and gone through it. But when I tried to go through it, it's like, well, I could be using my time. I already am having a little issues with this. And there's so many other things that are more important that I could be using my time on. And I know that there's a better version of it coming, probably. You know? Why not?
You banked on that?
I had faith. Yeah. I had faith.
I did have faith, too, to be fair. I was one of the few that had faith.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, no way Bloober's going to do good.
I'm going to be honest. I know.
Did you see when they made Layers of Fear 2? It was so bad.
I know Bloober got some shit for some stuff. Yeah, like Layers of Fear 2 and other stuff. But I thought Bloober was a good developer. So I had faith.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
These people are dumb.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's like, okay, even if you want to say that they're bad, they have the blueprints to make a good game anyway. So it's kind of like.
I also saw a devlog. So when we saw the first trailer for Silent Hill 2 remake, there was also a devlog that came out like a week or two later. It was short. It was like 5 or 6 minutes. But it was a couple of, they really sold me on it because it was some guys in the dev team, a couple guys in the art team and stuff, and they literally were talking about their nostalgia and passion for the original. And when I saw that and it really felt genuine, I was like, they're gonna do it right. I like knew when I saw that, I was like, they've got it. Like, I was like, the way these guys are, like, I could see it in their eyes. I was like, there's no way that they're video game developers and they're that good of actors. Like, I could see it in their face and their eyes that this meant a lot to them. And I was like, they've got it. Like, I knew from that little devlog, I was like, I've got faith.
Yeah.
So. But anyway, the Bloober hate is mostly from people got their opinions from a video essay. Is it really? Yeah, that's crazy how that stuff happens, right? Like,
so dumb. Like
one video goes viral or popular, and then everybody takes that as their opinion instead of determining for themselves. Like, I've had a lot of people comment on the No Room in Hell video, No Room in Hell 2 video, the video I put out yesterday, and talk about how a couple people accused me of getting paid to make that video, which it was not sponsored. I've only ever had one sponsorship, and whenever I do get sponsored, you'll know from the intro of the video description, and probably a pinned comment. I don't get sponsorship offers, really, honestly, unless they're scams, because I'm not big enough yet. But it was not sponsored. It was just a game that my friend Fisk asked me to play with him, and it ended up being fun, and so we did content on it. But a lot of people are like, oh, I heard, terrible reviews about this game when it came out and everything. And I'm not going to lie and say I don't look at reviews or don't try to, like, get the general online consensus for how good a game is or not. I do look at that stuff, but I try to let my own experiences and my own experiences shape my opinion on stuff, and not what other people or the societal discourse is saying about stuff, right? Because a lot of times I'm opposed to it. So No Room in Hell 2 is not a perfect game, but it's also not trash, in my opinion. I had a lot of fun playing with IGP, Fisk, and Olaf. I know IGP hates zombie games, so he just hates it anyway, but... but, so, I mean, to each their own. So, I think it's really sad if you look at a movie or you look at a game or anything, and you look and you see, like, if you were to just go to Steam and look at a game and see, overwhelmingly negative reviews or mixed reviews, and be like, oh, that's probably a bad game, and just completely dismiss it. Now, what I will say is that should be part of your decisioning, right? Like, maybe it's a $50 game and you don't have a lot of money, and if it's overwhelmingly negative, well, maybe you watch some videos on it to determine if you might like it before you spend your money, right? Or maybe you wait and see if they do updates or whatever, right? Or maybe you go and you read the Steam discussions and or the reviews and see why people are rating it that, right? And then you make the determining factor. But I know a lot of people who will just look at a review rating from IGN or from the Steam page, and if it's bad, they're like, must be shit. I'm not. And then whenever someone brings it up, they're like, yeah, that game's shit. It's like, all right, you know, why don't you take 2 seconds to think for yourself? Anyway, I'm ranting.
I think No More Room in Hell 2 is shit.
I know. You think a lot of games are shit, though. There's not a lot of games that you think are good.
No, I mean, I play that up a lot. I think No More Room in Hell 2 is fine if you like that type of game. I'm not particularly into it. I did have fun, but that's because everyone made it fun.
Right, you had fun because of us, not because of the game.
Yeah, I could never play that game on my own. There is no more room in hell.
Can I dissociate the internet's viewpoint before heading into a game? I don't. Dissociate's a strong word.
Yes.
But yeah, I can. I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Yeah, that's what I do.
So, yeah.
Never mind. I can't talk about that.
What were you gonna say? You gotta talk about it now.
Oh, just another 3-letter channel that hates every game that I like.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to, like, you know, just I think it comes down to being curious and being open, right? Like, I'm not gonna. I have an approach. Listen, I've learned to do this over time, right? And I definitely am not perfect at it, and definitely, I'm not saying I'm never influenced by outside sources, right? I'm human. I'm imperfect, but I definitely feel like I'm pretty good at, like, being open to trying something at least once and just immersing myself in it and letting and making my own opinions and decisions about it, right? Versus letting all the outside discourse in on it or whatever. So,
right. Here's what you should do. If you are curious about a game, and let's say you go to Steam, and the reviews are like mixed, and you go down, and maybe the game's just released, and you go down and you look, just briefly look at the negative reviews. If there's any review where someone is, well, rather just look to see if there is a slew of negative reviews because of, like, bugs. And from that, you can determine, is this game going to be too buggy to play? Maybe I won't have those same experiences, because 9 times out of 10, bugs come from people's own hardware not being up to snuff or whatever, and you can pretty much ignore all of that. If there's going to be a lot of bugs that cause issues, you're going to experience them within the first 2-hour window that you have to get a refund on the game anyway.
I've never had Steam deny a refund.
Never had Steam deny a refund. Always.
Never.
So that's probably, if you see that the majority of them, or even half of the reviews that are negative, are just like bugs, or like, oh, I can't remap my keys, or anything that you know the devs are more than likely working on or going to patch out, then you can just ignore all of those negative reviews. Because unless you are someone that's really picky about a game being buggy on release, myself personally, I don't give a shit. Unless it's game breaking, I can get over the fact that, oh, if I step on this rock, my foot gets caught and I gotta reload from the last checkpoint. I can get over that. Some people can't. That's totally fair. I just think, generally speaking, if you look at all the negative reviews on Steam, there's going to be so many of them that are just people who, it could be anything from politics, like what people deem as like wokeism, or literally the dumbest shit you can ever think of. People leave negative reviews for. Oh, this developer is from China. No thanks. Oh God, there's a gay character. No thanks. You gotta consider that there's a lot of reviews for especially bigger games that are just dumb for negativity.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. You gotta get some context instead of just looking at the high level information.
If you're someone that doesn't like bugs in games, then that's totally fine. You can see if there are, and then you just skip it. Or put it on your wish list and wait until there's an update.
Yeah, there's a lot of indie games that are early access, right? And I think you're kind of supposed to understand, right? There's that disclaimer with them that you may encounter more bugs or not. One of the things I check, like no more room in hell 2 is a great example. I'm just using that because it's the most recent thing. But like I went to that, it had negative reviews when it first launched, then it went to mixed. And then I go and I look, and the devs have a roadmap that's public, and you can see all the things they are planning for the game. It's still in early access. It's an indie dev, so I know they don't have as many resources. It's a bigger indie dev, but it's still an indie dev. I know they don't have as many resources. They're self-published. And then I go and I look at their Steam page, and I look at the news. And literally, I'm seeing at least once a week they're doing an update to the game, even if it's a small update, just to patch a few things. And I'm like, holy shit, every week, at least once every week since release, they've done some sort of update to the game, right? So that tells me that they're not abandoning it. They're actively developing it. They're actively working on it. They've released a couple of major updates. Like, I'll give an example. You didn't see this in the video we played, but it'll be in the next episode, which is they implemented escape hatches. So now, if you're not doing well or a couple of team members have died and you just want to get out of the mission and like half complete it, there's a hatch or multiple hatches somewhere that you can find and just extract. Now, you don't get the same amount of rewards and experience as if you complete everything and were to finish the entire map, but you get a part of it, right? That's a pretty big update to that game's gameplay, and they just implemented that literally the day after IGP, Fisk, Olaf, and I played, right? So I can see that despite them getting a lot of negativity on release and still having mixed reviews and probably not meeting their sales goals, they're still sticking behind the game and supporting it. I was willing to pull the trigger and buy it and give it a chance, right?
Right.
And I'm super glad I did, because that is shit. I played that game the day that I did it. I basically spent the entire day playing that game with Fisk, Olaf, and IGP, and I had a shit ton of fun, right? I get it's not for everybody. Some people may not like it. I will say it's not a super unique game, right? There are tons of zombie games like it out there, but with friends, it was a super fun experience. So, and I know it's probably only going to get better because they have a roadmap, they're still updating stuff, and they have a track record of releasing updates and sticking with it, right? Now I sound like I've really been paid to promote that game. But
I gotta be honest, it does. I gotta be honest, like you're really talking up that game.
So I liked it. I would like my videos doing good too. I would like to do more in it outside of what I've already did. So I get, you know what it was? It captured a nostalgia itch for me. It reminded me of Left 4 Dead 2. And that really, like, it really scratched an itch that's been itching for ever since 2009. So that's what it was.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Also, you got to remember, guys, sometimes you're going to buy a game and it's not going to be that good. And you're going to be disappointed. And you know what you shouldn't do? Demand a refund if you've played it for longer than 2 hours, or let's say you beat the game and demand a refund. Fuck you.
That's so fucking stupid.
It's so fucking stupid, and so many people are like that. But like, you go to a restaurant, maybe you like this restaurant, you order your same meal, there's a different cook in the back, different chef, fucks your order up. But maybe not so much that you're like, I cannot eat this. It's disgusting.
You didn't get hair in your food. It's just not the same level of good. You didn't get hair in your food. It's not undercooked. It's like there, but maybe you didn't season it enough. Maybe it's just that there's just something about it, and you're just like, you walk away and you're like, man, I didn't really enjoy that. Or, what do you do then? You accept your loss. That's what it is. You are buying a product. You are consuming the product. Sometimes that product is not going to be what you want, and that's okay. I know, like, with video games, they're more expensive now, and everybody has to be very careful with, like, investing in that game, especially if they're not going to have a good time, because it's like, hey, I've saved up for this. I want to get this game. I want to be able to have a good time because I think it's going to be, and then you're disappointed. It's like, yeah, but that's like, we've been doing that since games have been coming out ever.
we've been, especially when it's like, oh, maybe you don't get a refund. You get a trade in at GameStop after you're done playing it. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of like the nature of it. You really don't necessarily know exactly what you're going to get. It may not be up to your expectations, but that's okay.
You're taking a calculated risk, right? And in that case, if you like bought a game, played it to completion, didn't really jive with you, was it the worst thing ever, but was it what you were expecting or was it good? Then yeah, leave your negative review and type your gripes out, right? Totally within your right, you know? So.
Olaf says, remember that I'm still on the ground getting eaten by a zombie horde. Remember me,
dude, Olaf, I've gotten so many.
Without me.
Yeah. No, he said, remember me.
Remember me. Yeah.
I've gotten so many comments about your reaction to your death there at the end where you're like, remember me. Yeah. That was a great moment, Olaf. That was one of the top moments of the video, dude.
Yeah.
So, but.
That was funny. I bonded with Olaf very quick. I'm like, dude, you got to tell him, stay with me, please.
In fairness to IGP, I called IGP. I invited him to join us, and we literally started playing that game about 10 minutes after I invited him to join us, and we gave him like zero background almost on the game.
Yeah.
Just threw him into it.
Yeah.
So.
And then like me and Olaf would just get distracted by fucking looting.
Yeah, you know what? I flipped over to both of your videos multiple times. Fisk and I are hardlining objectives and like trying to work together, dodging zombie hordes.
Why are you rushing though?
And I flip over to you guys because time is important. The more you're on the map, the more zombies come, you son of a bitch. And I flip over and you and Olaf are in a garage like picking up team supplies. And we're like, hey guys, we gotta get together.
Bring those supplies to you, man.
You never
and you
did
survive
though.
A little longer. Well, because you guys just died. You guys just kept dying. Like, get good.
So, you and Indy had a great time. I'm glad to hear that, man.
Yeah, dude, we went shopping. We just hear the screams in the distance from you and Fisk. It was great. Yeah, no, like that's I personally do not care for the game, but I had fun playing it. And there's still aspects to it that was like kind of like that drove me to be like, hey, let's try that again. Like like there's obviously there's a core gameplay loop that's fun about it, and this is what I was saying earlier. I think No More Room in Hell 2, God, that's so hard to say, is a good game. I agree with you that it's a good game. I just it's not my cup of tea.
It's not your game. Yeah.
Yes. But this is when I can recognize that, yes, I get it. I get why people would want to play it. But then, yeah, like I would never play this on my own.
Yeah. No, I totally
That's not
get
to
that.
say I wouldn't play with you guys again. Just saying, Olaf.
I wouldn't matchmake in No More Room in Hell 2. I wouldn't. If you don't have friends to play with, I don't recommend it. Really.
No, they're going to be toxic, dude. There's no way. They're going to be like me and Olaf and just shopping around.
Well, there's nothing wrong with matchmaking. I just think it's a game that demands that you have people that you play with, and that makes it fun. And that's fine. But I really think you need that. So,
yeah.
Unlike, here's a foil, Repo, I think, they're about to add matchmaking. Repo's just such a silly game and such just a goddamn good game all around that I think, you know, if I hadn't already played it a bunch and made a bunch of content on it, I would matchmake and play solo and Repo some because it's just a fun game.
Yeah, I don't know about playing it solo. That's too hard.
I'm a gamer. You're not a gamer. But no, I don't mean solo. I mean matchmake with other people to play.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Your chat on stream is so fucking behind, by the way. I think.
It's a 10-second delay. So you can't have we talked about this before? You can't well, it's roughly 10 seconds. It might be a little more, a little less.
Dude, those messages are from like half an hour ago.
Are you serious?
Am I crazy or
what's the last one there? Mr. Diamante saying something? What did Mr. Diamante say?
Last thing he said was LMAO.
No, what on stream? What's the last thing you see that he said?
On stream?
Yeah, like not the stream chat.
They gave you sauce on the steak when you asked for it on the side.
Okay, yeah, it's not up too far. It's about between 10 and 15 seconds.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
So on YouTube, you can't stream. First off, you can't even stream in 1440p on Twitch.
Yeah, but that's way more than 10 seconds.
Yeah,
brother.
but on YouTube, there's 3 latency options. It's no latency, it's low latency, and then normal latency, right? And if you're doing anything above 1080p 60 FPS, you cannot do no latency. You can only do low latency or normal latency. So I have my streams at low latency, but that means there's anywhere from a 10 to 20 second delay between what I'm actually doing IRL and what actually comes up on stream. And so the chat is the same way. So
yeah, Sir Kirito said, I agree, but people are also whining when games have too much. Look at Final Fantasy VII Remake, 200 hours of content for $70, best deal in 10 years. Yeah, I think if you spend, what's the average for, like, not AAA games? I think those are always big investments, and they usually come with a lot of content. What's like the average, like maybe, what do they call it, AA or like indie games, like 30 to $50, 30 to $60 maybe?
60
like
is kind of high. I would say like 20 to 40.
Yeah, okay. So like let's say you get like a 20, like what's Subnautica right now?
Like Secret to the Mimic is a good one. Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic just came out. It's $40. That's on the higher end, I feel like.
Okay.
And that's about a 7 to 10 hour first playthrough.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go. I mean, yeah, and Subnautica is $30 normally. It's on sale right now, but by the way, pick it up if you haven't. The time that you get out of a game, considering that you can revisit it if you want, is like so exceptional to the price. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm not a gamer also, and I'm not in the, I haven't been, I guess, fortunate. I've been fortunate enough to not have to really worry about prices of games. Either I get the codes from the games I want to play from the developers, or I can afford it, which that's a luxury, right? But it's taking that aside, it's like, if we've talked about this before, if you can get 10 hours out of like $50 of entertainment, that's like, I don't know, that sounds like an incredible deal to me.
It is.
Like,
well, I always compare it to a movie ticket, right?
Yeah,
I think the average price of a movie ticket in America right now is $15 for a regular movie, non-3D, all that stuff. And let's say most movies are 2 hours or less. There are some that are like 2.5, right? So you're looking at about $15 per 2 hours for movies. I agree, movie tickets are expensive. More expensive than they should be, I think, right now. But movies are also, the production value and the amount it costs to make them is going crazy. They're even what people consider high-priced games, AAA games that are now being $80. You get more than $15. The price tag is way better, right, than $15 for every 2 hours of entertainment on most games, which is insane.
Yeah.
So it's, I think I have long said that.
I mean, even if you compared it to like when tickets were like $8, like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And a popcorn was like $5.
I mean, even look,
you spend 10 to $15 for a nice hour and a half at a movie theater that you have to drive to, and you can only watch it once. If you want to do it again, you got to pay all that money again. And then you don't even know if the movie's going to be good. That's the same thing with a game. You don't really know the game you're buying. It's just like, I think I've always found it strange that people are so expecting of like perfect content. Like just the level of what they expect out of games is just too high, I feel, for the price that you're paying. Like $50 for a game. Yeah, I feel like the standard is that you should be able to get a good amount of hours out of it. And it should be like entertaining from start to finish, right? That's the expectation. But it's just like, for dollar, games are a fucking steal.
They're the best value in entertainment. Yeah, they absolutely are.
Ever.
Like,
so I don't know why people are so stingy with that. I know the prices have gone up. I get that.
It's because people are hurting because of jobs and economies everywhere, and what the average worker is paid is bullshit. and all the rich people are
Well,
hoarding
I mean,
the money.
as that,
That's why.
Yeah, that's not just a recent thing. That's been happening for decades.
That's been happening forever, but that's why people have always complained about the price of games, is because they have to pay more, it just overall, versus a movie isn't as big of a hit, right? But a great Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic new game came out, right? A lot of people big into FNAF franchise, right? I even said on stream, $40 I feel like is a high price tag for that. And I still do feel that it is. But if you work it out, 9 hours for my first playthrough, which is about average according to howlongtobeat.com. 9 hours for $40, that's about $4.44 per hour. There is nothing else that you could go pay and get an hour of an entertainment for $4.44. Yeah. There is nothing. You can't even get a goddamn cheeseburger combo from McDonald's for that, and you'll eat that shit in about 5 minutes, right? Dollar for dollar.
I will be checking the bag and that shit's done, dude.
You know, dollar for dollar. And that game, Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, was like a 7 out of 10 for me, right? And that has multiple endings and replayability and everything. So gaming is dollar for dollar the cheapest entertainment per hour thing out there, for sure.
Now, here's a question that I don't know. Are multiplayer online games the most prominent game that people play across all platforms?
I don't know. Probably nowadays, yeah. Probably, I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Many of the most played games are multiplayer online titles. Like Fortnite, Counter-Strike, CS2, PUBG, League of Legends. Okay, right. So, I mean, you got to think. The majority of gamers play online, like probably console, and you buy, I don't know, like, God, I wouldn't be able to count the amount of hours I've gotten out of Halo for a $50 price tag, dude.
Yeah.
That is the best. I gotta say right now, probably Halo 2 and Halo 3 were the best deals of my entire life for money.
Yeah.
The amount of fun memories that have been created. Now, that's not every game. I know that's multiplayer only, but apparently the majority of gamers play online multiplayer games, and they get tons of hours out of these games. I'll never understand why anybody complains about an $80 or $70 or $80 Call of Duty game. It's like, bro, save up. I know it sucks. Save up. You will spend 1,000 hours in that game, guaranteed.
Well, no, here's what I always tell people. Listen, I know a lot of people are upset about $80 games, like the Switch coming out and $80 Mario Kart. People are freaking out. I have over 1,000 hours with my kids on Mario Kart 8 across two different systems, the Wii U and the Switch, right? Yeah. And you know, I paid $60 for that game, and people have always been complaining about game prices, and I get it. But I think it's important that you realize why you're complaining about it, or reframe the conversation, right? Or you'll see people, like you said, somebody will complain that they had to pay $70 for a new game release, and then you go look at their account and they've got 400 hours, and it's like, what do you want? Do you want to play for a penny an hour? Like, what are you expecting here? You know, you got so much entertainment out of this. But I think the problem is they're not realizing why it's expensive to them. It's expensive to them because most people in every country in the world are not paid a livable wage, right?
Yeah.
The economy sucks, so you're having to pay more, and this isn't just a U.S. thing, just in general, right? The majority of people in the world are not paid a livable wage. The majority of the people in the world are paying more for everyday essentials than they used to, right? And inflation just keeps going up and up and up most years, right? And so the problem isn't that, and then that impacts the games industry too. It impacts how much developers have to pay their staff, right? And how much their production costs are.
And then the price of the games go up.
Yeah, and then the price of the games go up. So I think it's important to reframe the conversation. It's not so much the devs and the game companies' faults. I won't disagree that there is some greediness here and there going on, but it's more so that wealth and money is being hoarded from the masses into small localized pockets of uber rich people, and there's an unfair system and balance in place.
Ooh,
right?
Getting a little political.
Yeah, getting
here.
a little political. Yeah, but I think that's the problem, right? And so but even despite all of that, like if you hour it out, right? Like I know at some point I'm gonna buy $80 Mario Kart World for my children because we love playing Mario Kart together when I can get my hands on a Switch too. And I know it's going to hurt my wallet, and I know internally I'm going to bitch about it when I do it. But then 5 years from now, after I've owned that game for 5 years and I've played 1,200 hours with my children and I take $80 and divide it into 1,200 hours, that's going to be one of the cheapest entertainment purchases I made in the last 5 years. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, like I can't possibly get that entertainment value like that out of anything else, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. But that's the thing too, is because like it's all like everything's on a relative scale. Like, dude, can you imagine like an $80 price tag on a game 20 years ago?
There were some Nintendo 6. Do you remember? People were freaking out when games recently, a couple years ago, started going from new AAA games, went from 60 to 70. But people forgot in the Nintendo 64 era, it was nothing to walk into a Toys R Us in America and see a $70 Nintendo game. It was a thing back in the day. Look it up.
Yeah, but that was an upsale from the place you were buying it from. If it wasn't like a direct, it wasn't MSRP, it was raised for the store, right?
Sometimes it depends.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, look
but
to
the MSRP
how long, how
for
many
the games back then were lower than they are now, obviously.
Games,
but it's
like,
gone up over time.
Yeah, it has. But AAA games were like $60 for like over a decade, right? Name another product that stayed at its consistent price point for a decade and hasn't gone up.
But that's what I mean. Like,
You
it's
know?
because it's all relative. It's kind of like, okay, when, you know, as the economy is constantly shifting, we know that other things are going to be expensive. Prices vary. Games going up, it's like it kind of like you're kind of used to that, or you're at the very least used to big games being at a very high price relatively for an initial investment, right? If you were to present the price of these games in installment payments of $10 over the next 7 months, people would take that in more easily because it's a lesser of an investment initially. No, that's not potentially. That's how banks and credit, like, that's how it works, dude. You show a small investment. I mean, it's like you think about the late night commercials on back when TV existed. Remember?
Yeah.
Like late night.
Back
it's
when
like,
TV existed.
Yeah. It doesn't exist anymore. But like when you had like, oh, this is a $120 product, but they would never tell you that. They would say you can get this product for 10 easy payments of $29.99. As a consumer, all you're seeing is, oh, all I need right now is $29.99 and I get this. Then that's amazing. They're not thinking about how much they're going to be.
Yeah, that's a common tactic to give. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
But what I think is interesting about that is that I personally believe that if games were sold in that way to people nowadays, instead of the huge upfront commitment, then by the time they were done with it and paying that last payment, they might actually recognize the value of the entertainment they got more easily than if they were to say, God, the prices went up again. Here's another $80.
Yeah.
You know, but if I did it $10 at a time.
Yeah, and I don't want to be callous to people who are like, hey man, $80 is a lot for me. Absolutely, totally understand.
It is.
Totally understand that it is.
It is.
And I think you have to make a personal decision for yourself whether the entertainment value that you're potentially going to get out of that game is enough for you to make that price. In addition to the fact, like if you say, hey, I think Mario Kart's a great game, but the past 3 Mario Karts I've only played for like 50 hours or 40 hours each, I would tell you don't buy an $80 Mario Kart, right? But for like me, when I know that the last 2 Mario Kart games I've literally put 1,000 hours into or more, I know that, yeah, it sucks. It raised about $20 in price, right? But it's still $1 per hour of entertainment. It's still worth it for me. I'm gonna buy it, right? And I think it's important that we don't place all of the blame on the publishers or the game devs or the industry, and that we place it, it's more nuanced than that, right? That we also give blame to the other things that are causing a problem, right?
Of course.
Like there's another thing I feel like this is important. I don't want to preach to people too much, but like I used to, when I was working in corporate America,
cold.
And you're welcome. When I was working in corporate America, and it came time at the end of year every year to have, or at the beginning of the year to have a conversation with my manager about, you know, am I getting a raise or whatever, I was just upfront with my leaders, and a lot of times, you know, they didn't like it, or it got thrown in my face or whatever, or sometimes they were understanding, but I always looked up what inflation was for my country. So let's just see, if you look at whatever the inflation was for the prior year, and you say, I'm just making up numbers, I'm not using real numbers here, but let's say inflation rose 2%. If you don't get a 2% raise for the next year, then your job is not paying you enough, because they are not paying you enough to keep up with inflation. You are losing money, and you should start looking for a new job.
Right.
Honestly, seriously, you got to do what's best for yourself. So if your job says, oh, we can't give out raises this year, it was a hard time, and there was 3% inflation in your country, then you're being fucked, because what that means is the money that you're earning hasn't changed, but the price that you pay for everything in your life has gone up by 3%. You now are going to have less money this year than you had last year. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's simple math, but it's hard to grasp that concept when there's so much, I mean, there's so many aspects to that affect your life that you're not,
Duke of
and the decisions that you have to make in order to alter that are huge. So
yeah. Duke of Gobbledygook, I 100% agree with you. Microtransactions are bullshit, and I would be much happier if multiplayer games or multiplayer only games just went with a single price point. But I got to be honest with you, I think it's people being greedy, and they make bullshit microtransactions. They absolutely have a lot of that blame, but some of the blame is on us in the games community too. They wouldn't do that shit.
Some of the blame?
A lot of the blame. They wouldn't do that shit, and it never would have become popular, and they wouldn't keep doing it if it wasn't making money. People are opening their wallets and buying it, and so they keep doing it. You get
right.
And maybe that's not you, and maybe that's not me. I personally don't buy most microtransactions in games, but as a whole gaming community, we got to stop making those purchases, and eventually they'll stop making them.
Right.
That's the only way. We're just as much at fault for that as they are. So
I personally, maybe people will hate me for this, I don't mind microtransactions in games. I think the depending on how they're operating, right? Like if you're in a competitive online environment and there's microtransactions that can give you an advantage, not cool. Anything that can alter the gameplay should be with the game core. Any microtransactions, whenever they're like aesthetics or like cosmetics, totally fucking fine with that. Think about like the model of like Fortnite. As far as I understand it, now I haven't kept up with Fortnite at all. Okay, but the base of Fortnite is the game is free and accessible to everybody. You can play and enjoy the game absolutely for free at any time you want. If you want extra little spiffy cosmetics, maybe a golden gun, you can pay some extra money. Lots of people want that. There is a demand for that. Yep. You can't even really like fault people for doing that. If someone has the disposable income to like spruce up the visuals of their game in some way, to have more fun or make it more personal to them, I think they should be able to do that. And I think the model of like bad, but there are times when games would introduce not DLC, but microtransactions that would give someone an advantage, like a new weapon you can only access if you pay for it. If it's just for skins, which is what the majority of games do, that Fortnite format has been like the staple for most like online things now. Like Halo even has it, right? Infinite?
Yeah, Halo has it, yeah.
Like you don't have to buy the battle pass, because if you don't buy the battle pass for any of these games, your experience is not going to change.
Halo
you may level up quicker, but that in the end doesn't actually matter to the core gameplay.
Well, I
think it's a genius idea, because it allows people to not have to make an upfront investment to enjoy a game, or even potentially get thousands of. You could play Halo Infinite or Fortnite for tens of thousands of hours. I'm not that great with math, that may not even be accurate, but thousands of hours and never spend a dime. That is the best deal you could possibly ever get.
Yeah, Yeah, no, Halo does a couple of things right with their battle passes, right? One is the fact that it has no impact on gameplay whatsoever, right? And then the second thing is well, three things. And then the other thing is the multiplayer's free, and that's what has the battle pass component. And then the other thing is when you buy a battle pass, I don't know if Call of Duty has changed this or not, but like in Call of Duty, you buy the battle pass, even if you bought it, it was only active for like a time period, right? And then it's gone, even if you didn't complete it. In Halo, you buy the battle pass, you have it, and you can switch between battle passes you've purchased, and you can still complete one from a year ago if you haven't done it yet, you know? So eventually, as long as you select that as your active one, you could take 5 years and complete it. I mean, as long as the game is still online, right? Which is really cool, I think. So, yeah, there's a right and a wrong way to do it. Hold on. So, 510 Productions said no job is going to give you a raise based on inflation. That's not true, man. I've had 3 times in my life where I've gotten a raise based on inflation, where a job said they wouldn't give you a raise based on inflation. Listen, everybody's circumstance is different. Every job is different. And I think it's really important that you know your job and the environment that you're in and your boss and everything, and you try to establish a good relationship. You know, you got to know the position that you're in. I've been in that end of year conversation or that raise conversation before, and I know that if I told my boss, hey, you either give me a 2% inflation raise or I leave, that they would say that's fine, or you're fired right now. Of course, I'm not going to say that, but what I do is they go, hey, you know, we can't give raises this year, and I'm gonna be like, well, I really feel like I did X, Y, and Z. I deserve at least 2%. I don't even bring up inflation. I deserve at least, you know, whatever this figure is. And if they say no, I say, okay, that's fine. You know, I understand. And then what I do is I go back and I immediately start looking for other work, or I start applying to a higher position in the same company under different leadership or something, and I move on. That's why, even though I had a 12-year career in corporate and very successful in corporate America, I worked at 3 different companies and had over 20 different positions, because I just didn't accept that. Now, it's on you as an employee to know how upfront and truthful you could be with your employer and your boss in that conversation, and how much you need to hold back, right? Always remember, when you work for somebody else, right, they're paying you for the service that you provide, right? And that's where the relationship ends, right? Like, you don't be rude to each other or mean to each other, but if it's not working out, if you're not working out for them or they're not working out for you, unless there are different laws in your country or your state or whatever, at any time, either one of you can change that relationship, terminate it, and move on. Now, I understand it's easy to say that, and it's hard to find a new job a lot of times or whatever.
That's not possible for the majority of people. Yeah.
Like I said, when I say this to you, there was one time where I didn't get a raise for a couple of years. I was very unhappy at the company I worked with, and it took me 14 months to find another job in another company and thousands of job applications. But I did it, and when I moved to a new job, I liked the new company much better, and I had a 30% increase in salary. So it sucks that you have to play that game and you have to do it, but it's just unfortunately the world that we live in, right?
Yeah.
So
510, I mean, I would say that the jobs that you worked are likely just, business focused, and they just didn't care enough to do that. And that's unfortunately what Skilly's talking about, is something that happens, but it's not, a lot of people aren't going to see that.
And I was always honest, a lot of times when you leave a job, depending on the job, this isn't the case, right? I worked fast food for I got my first job at 14 and a half, and from 14 and a half till I was 21, I worked in the food industry, right? In management and stuff. And I never had an exit interview. But if you get jobs at a higher level, a lot of times you'll have an exit interview where your last week or your last day, an HR rep will come and talk to you, and they'll say, why are you leaving? And that job that I just talked about, where I left because they didn't give me a raise for a couple years, and I was essentially losing money because inflation was going up. In the exit interview, I just straight up told them I left because I didn't get a raise in 2 years, and inflation the past 2 years has gone up 5%. And so it just financially doesn't make sense for me to stay at this job when I'm having to pay more for everyday living expenses, and I'm not getting any more money from my work. And here's all the reasons why I think I deserve more money, right? I took on X project. I did this for the company. I made this much money for the company, all that stuff. Of course, you have to have the work ethic and the proof of what you've done to back up why you deserve a raise. But I mean, That's part.
Yeah,
It sucks that you have to play that game, but you do. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I think what you're talking about too is probably unheard of for most people, because yeah, that's just not the majority of people who have even stable jobs are like lower, like, you know, you would call it grunt work. I mean, most of them aren't working their way up.
Yeah, but
or they're unable to work their way up through any kind of corporate entity.
Yeah, my whole point in bringing up that conversation is know what you're worth and know your value, and know, you know, if you're not getting a livable wage or your job is not keeping your salary up with what the requirements are to live in your area or to live in your country, then, you know, you have to be your own advocate and you have to go out and put the work in to find another job. And I know that's very easy to say and very hard to do, but I have been there. I have done it myself. So I grew up piss poor, extremely poor. Indy, you know the living conditions I lived in and how poor my family was.
For sure, yeah.
and I started out working bottom level jobs, you know, paid for my own college education and worked my way up to things. I've reinvented my career 4 times. I'm now a YouTuber, which is a crazy thing to say. Left a very successful career to do this. I mean, you know, it sucks, but you have to, like, you just got to put the work in sometimes. You just gotta. Yeah. I feel like I hear.
I think I would just say, like, I know what you're saying. I know what you mean. I just think that a lot of people might misinterpret what you're saying, because it's like, for many people, this is just, there's no possibility in any of this at all.
Depends.
Because well, I mean, it, like you said before, like, I know you acknowledged it, but some people may never be able to find a better job than they currently have. Like, if they can't quit, they can't, and because they can't quit, they can't threaten the higher ups by saying, hey, I want to raise or I'll leave.
You should never threaten.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, I don't mean like, say, hey, bitch, give me a fucking raise or I'm out of here. If you present anything, like someone said, I think it might have been 510, had said that what will happen is, especially if for a lot of people, they're working in these like the grunt level of corporate entities that don't give a shit about you. And unfortunately, that's the reality. And what will happen is, if you are expecting too much, they will happily replace you with someone who is chomping at the bit to get your position, which is better than their current position.
Yeah, you
so
have
like,
to.
There's no for them and their corporate lenses. There's no way they're going to say, oh, sure, I'll pay you more because you deserve it. They don't care.
I get
nine times out of 10 they don't. Yeah,
I've been in those jobs. My advice, though, is for people in those positions is, don't, like, obviously 9 times out of 10 you should never tell your employer you're planning on getting another job anyway, unless you have a really cool relationship and you know they're cool with it and they want to see you develop and grow. You should just wait until you have another job, and then that's when you give your notice. And you should fully be prepared to, I'm giving you my 2 weeks, and they tell you, nah, today's your last day. You should always be in a position to be prepared for that. So just like most employers in the US will come in and tell you you're fired, they could fire you at any point, right? And that's your last day. You should you don't want to tell your employer 9 times out of 10 that you're leaving until you are actually ready to go and you have financial security, you have another job set up for yourself, right? 9 times out of 10 you don't want to tell them that. And you don't even threaten. I've rarely ever threatened to leave a job. There's only like one instance. It's more like, okay, this conversation about my performance or my salary did not go how I expected, right? I'm not happy because I haven't, so now I'm going to go out and try to find something different. And I understand that's hard for people, but I guarantee you, even if you're, let's say you're just in a shitty job, and or you know, you're in a job that isn't paying you what you want, and for whatever reason, based on your circumstances, you know you can't get a higher level or a better paying job, I guarantee you can probably find a job of the same caliber at a different employer for at least a little bit more, for, you know, 25 extra cents an hour or something, like, or better benefits or something. I guarantee you probably can. It might take a year or two. It might take some time. It might be a lot of annoying, you know, applying 500 different places. It sucks. I feel you. I've done it. But I guarantee you eventually there'll be something out there you could get that's better. Eventually.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I know. I've been laid off too. I've been at places that have done layoffs, like 3 layoffs in a year, and I've been one of the people laid off or whatever. So it sucks. It's hard. And I understand the like job environment and job security, and like especially in the US right now is like it's all at like a terrible spot. Totally get it. So
why is the US a nightmare of workers' rights? Capitalism.
Yeah, capitalism.
That's exactly what it is.
So but
yeah, unless you're a grunt, unfortunately you may not have those options. You got to go find another grunt job. But that's the thing too, is like there's like this, like, I don't know, I don't want to say it's like a facade, but it's just like there's always like, oh, we see, like, do you remember those advertisements for like working at McDonald's? It's like, oh, apply today and then you can work your way up to manager in 3 months or some bullshit. Yeah. And it's just like, that's not real. Let's be fucking honest with you. Nine times out of 10, the people who are working those jobs got hired into those jobs because they did, I don't know, managerial work elsewhere. And it's like those people are being hired on. Like they're not examining you like that. They really don't fucking care.
Rhyme.
That's the shitty part, and that's like so much of the workforce. That's the bullshit part, is that everyone, like, this is the kind of jobs that I had, and you had too early on. I never, other than I guess when I worked at Geico, I never had like, there was no opportunity, no matter how hard I worked, no matter how good I was, how much recognition I would get from my boss or my manager at the time. That shit doesn't matter. They will replace you in an instant. They don't care.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why my whole point of everything I just said, it may seem harsh. My whole point was be your own advocate and don't have a false loyalty to the place that you work. No matter how good they treat you or how good you think they are to you, know your value, know your worth. And then if you're not getting, whether it be financial benefits or even just, the recognition and encouragement you deserve out of the job that you're at, even if you don't think you can get something better, you owe it to yourself to try to. Because I think you'd be really surprised if you just stick with it. I guarantee you can. So eventually you definitely can. We do have unions in the U.S., Rhyme, and I think unions are a really good thing. I think they get a bad rep in the U.S. with a lot of people. Unions are a really good thing, and I would say unions are probably our only chance in hell in the U.S. of holding on to the little bit of worker rights that we have and potentially flipping the script and the U.S. becoming a better place for workers. So I think unions are really important. With that said, the union has to be set up correctly and have good leadership, right? There are definitely unions that are run incorrectly or shitty, right? But that's the same way with everything in life, so
yeah. I think the issue is this discussion is like kind of hard to have, because what you're saying is absolutely true, and like valuing yourself, knowing your worth, and then always like don't get complacent where you are if it's not going to support you, and you need to be aware of that at all times with the changing economy. But I think the talks of maybe we see these kind of talks as kind of like, oh, we've heard enough of the, and I'm quoting random people who probably have said these strings of words, but like, oh, we've heard enough of the people like telling us, if you believe in it enough, you'll be it, like you'll get there one day, that kind of shit. I think people see this kind of talk as that, and so it's just kind of like falling upon deaf ears. And
yeah, it's easy to say this stuff and it's harder to do,
right? That's the core of it. But I want to make it clear, as I'm like, combating some of the stuff you're saying here, I'm not disagreeing with your points because they are true. It's just that, like, I think most people maybe they haven't been receptive to that kind of talk before and actually like taking it to heart or like understanding it and then even having the opportunity to apply it. That's the problem.
Yeah, you'll be surprised at how much it's like that. It's like my intro to the alters, the edited video I did, and for the stream. It's like that speech from The Martian, the book, and the movie with Matt Damon, the Mark Watney, the astronaut who gets stranded on Mars, and he talks about being stranded. He's like, you know, at some point everything can and will go wrong, and the only way to get out, you just have to put the work in. You just have to start. I think that's the same. People always ask me, how do I become a creator? How do I become a YouTuber? You just have to make your first video.
Yeah.
You just have to make your first video, and then you have to make your second video, and then you have to make your third video, and then you have to make 100 videos. You just have to start. You're never going to get a new job if you don't make your resume, and then you're never going to get a new job if you don't apply for a new job, right? The worst thing they can do is tell you no. I've been hired for like 3 jobs in my life that I definitely wasn't qualified for, and definitely more money than I should have been getting. And all I did was just apply and go to the interview and be myself. You just got to show up, and you just got to start. You just got to do it.
But see, this is, but you make your points are great, but you devolve to that the thing I just talked about, where it's just like, you just believe in yourself, you can do it.
Well, I said it's not even believing in yourself. It's like actually physically doing it. I sat around for so many years.
Like, oh, you just got to put in the work. Get to the gym.
I sat around for so many.
You'll be happy.
I sat around for so many years. You're a great example, right? You saw PewDiePie and Markiplier and others on YouTube.
I had that in my head. I wanted to say before you go on to that, I was like, it is actually really funny that I'm saying this stuff in contrast to what you're saying, but it's like, if anyone asks me like, oh, like, how did that work for you? It's just like, oh, I just tried really hard.
yeah.
I just put in the work. That's what I did. I tried, right? and then hold on. The X factor is I got really fucking lucky.
Okay, you get lucky,
no matter how
but
much
here's
hard
what happens.
Work, you may not just be lucky enough.
Here's what happens statistically. If you show up 1,000 days out of 1,000 days, and then the other person shows up 50 days out of the 1,000 days, statistically, you're more likely to be successful or be there when the break happens, right? When the big break happens, right? So you just, I know it's crazy. I sit there.
It's not crazy. It's like, why do most shark attacks happen in shallow water? It's like, yeah, that's because that's where everyone swims, unfortunately.
Right. It's so, it sounds so stupid and so cliche and everything, but it's 100% true.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
You just have to actually physically do it.
No, you have to say it, dude. Just tell them to just do it.
Just do it. That's what
just
Nike had it right all along,
just
guys.
Just put in the work, dude. You'll get it. I think here. Okay, I got it. Here is, I think, the problem with the wording. Okay, and again, your points make sense. The problem with the wording is when you say, just put in the work, just do it. When someone does that and they're honestly putting in the work, they're doing their best, they're keeping track of everything, they're monitoring their expenses, you know, whatever it is, if it's in regards to the job and the money that they make from it. When they don't get the opportunity, the way that they're going to feel is that they're not good. They put in the work.
Absolutely.
They just didn't get it.
Absolutely.
So
well,
then,
okay. So then my response to that is this sucks, but you have to be realistic and expect yourself, right? Like, all right, listen, I hate to say this, but let's say your goal is to be an NFL wide receiver. Let's say your goal is to be an NBA all-star basketball player, right? And
no. Hold on. You can't make it more realistic. Let's say you want to be a manager at a pharmacy. Go off that.
Oh, well, that's harder to do. This is harder to do.
Because, dude, if you track the statistics of people that get into the NFL, it is inobtainable.
Yeah, it's unattainable. But my point is,
is it on or unobtainable?
I don't know, one of those. But my point is, right?
Okay,
like,
creative writing degree, you should know this.
I hate to say this, like, I know about myself. I'm not unathletic, but I'm not super athletic, or I don't excel in athletics, right? So I love baseball. I played baseball growing up. I played it for travel teams. I played it in high school for a couple of years. But I was aware, even as a high schooler, that, yeah, I'm probably not going to play in college. And, yeah, there's no fucking shot in hell I'm going to get into the MLB. Would I love to have been an MLBer? Absolutely, dude. I would have killed. but I also know that I'm limited by my latent talent and ability, right? I'm just kind of an awkward guy sometimes, and I'm not going to be that guy who makes those miracle plays all the time.
Nobody is.
Yeah, if you're not 6'2" and you don't have some latent talent for basketball, you're probably not going to be an NBAer, right?
Even then.
If you're not good at rogue...
Even
said pharmacist, right? You said pharmacist,
yeah, let's do
right?
manager at like a pharmacy.
Okay, manager at a pharmacy. If you're not good with memorizing lots of information and keeping lots of information in your head at one time, you're probably not cut out to be I don't know much about pharmacy, but I know you have to remember a lot of prescription medication names and a lot of dosages and a lot of drug interactions. If you're not good at memorizing stuff and keeping a lot of information in your head, you're probably not cut out to be a pharmacist, right? So you have to have realistic goals. Or if you're, I hate to say this, but like if you're in a country where, like, I don't know, maybe yeah, if you want to stay, maybe women are oppressed in the country that you're in, right? That's wrong and fucked up, right? And if you want to stay and try to fight for women's rights in your country, have at it. More power to you. If I could help you, I would, right? But maybe the more realistic thing is for you to be like, man, the situation in my country is fucked up, and I know it's probably almost impossible, maybe even for me to get out. But realistically, probably the easier option is for me to, how the fuck can I get out of here, right?
Right.
So you have to have realistic expectations based on your situation and where you're at, right?
Yeah, but that's also relative. Like, becoming a pharmacist does require, like, in the same way that becoming an NFL player requires a set amount of skill. But when you think about, like,
well, I think becoming an
stats,
NFL offensive lineman
there's
requires
about
you to be a certain size.
350,000 people working as pharmacists in the United States today. There are 1,600 NFL players. The bar for the requirements, the prerequisites to become either of these jobs, the majority of people are going to become more qualified for a pharmacist because the cap on the knowledge and the skill that you have. Also, a lot of that can be obtained just by learning it to become a pharmacist than it is to have natural, like, nobody else can have this kind of talent or anything to become an NFL player. That's very hard.
Well, listen, here's another, okay, you're using the pharmacist example, right? I personally, as I've gotten older and gotten to know myself, I would never try to be a doctor or a pharmacist. And the reason why is, I don't think I'm stupid. This isn't me putting myself down, but I just realize that I do not have the intellect level to be a good doctor or pharmacist. Therefore, I would not try. And that's not me being down on myself or anything. I just don't think I have that capability in myself, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but you should just do it.
No, I don't want to. Well, first off, I don't want to be a doctor. But what I mean is,
right.
You have to seriously, like, Kovar's bringing up a thing that said there's another factor, though, medical things that hold you back.
Yes.
I tried for years to get a good job and failed until I was diagnosed with ADHD and started treatment. Kovar, I'm right there with you. I had to stop playing baseball in high school. I couldn't do my junior year of baseball because I was medically ineligible, and the doctor told my parents that I needed to take at least a year break from competitive sports. So I feel you, and that is a degree, but right, that's all about assessing your situation and having realistic expectations, right? If you're trying to meet a goal and you're constantly being held back, you got to take a step back and assess and look at, you got to get people you trust and people who have your best interests at heart, like family and friends and stuff, like, hey, I'm trying to do this, but I keep encountering all these obstacles, right? Like, what is it that's doing that for me, right? Is it something that I'm doing? Is it a hand that I've been dealt in life, right? Is it because I have ADHD? Is it because, like, do I have a medical issue that I need to go get addressed and start treatment for? Do I have a physical limitation, right? And those suck, and it's not your fault. But if you have it, you got to deal with it, right? And you got to be realistic about what you can and can't do, right? And that sucks. I agree. I'm right there with you. It sucks. I tell you what, it changed in high school as a teenager, being so into baseball and then being told medically that I can't play for a year. It was devastating. It changed it completely changed who I was. I went from being not an asshole jock, but I went from being a jockey guy who hung out with the sports people to being an emo rock band alternative dude playing Magic the Gathering, right? It was this massive transition in my entire personality because I was so depressed about not being able to play baseball, right? So, but, you know, you got to be honest with yourself. So, this is all really easy to say and really hard to do, by the way.
My point.
You know,
Yeah.
I realize that.
I don't disagree.
I
I don't disagree with what you're saying at all.
But I can
just
guarantee
think, like,
you were saying...
it's very hard for people to... I mean, it's kind of like I mean, you got to think of a scenario where it's like somebody, it's like, okay, what I'm qualified for, what I'm pursuing is this, but I'm only qualified for this particular job. I get this job and it's shit. It's grunt, it's the entry level. Maybe I can get something a step up, but that's about my limit without, like, let's say, you know, when your education comes into play. It's like, okay, well, how do I get this job? Well, I need to get a degree or something to move up, right? Well, how am I going to afford this time? I have 2 kids at home. I'm a single parent. I have to work. I have to be able to afford daycare. I have 0 time to be able to dedicate to school in a realistic amount of time to get this degree to be able to move forward. There's limitations on it too, where it's not just like, okay, well, it's not that I'm not trying. It's that the situations and my surroundings and the environment, the economy, all these things have impacted me so much. Maybe you do also have a disability or something. Yeah. And it's like the limitations of it will never allow you in this particular world to move beyond what you're at.
And that sucks.
That's the realistic situation for so many people.
Yeah, so what you have to do is you have to find your barriers and obstacles that you can't overcome for whatever reason, and then you have to work within those and go as far as you can, right? And like you said, for an NFL player, you were saying NFL players is such an unattainable thing or whatever, right? But
yes,
what I can guarantee you
for everyone.
If
you will never become an NFL player.
But what I can guarantee you is if you go to all 1,600 of those NFL players, maybe they had time periods in their college or high school career where they didn't put in as much work as they could or show up as they could. But I guarantee you that almost all of them exclusively, once they get to a certain level, they put in the work and they show up every day, right? There's none of them that are half-assing it, right? I guarantee you that's almost exclusively true among them. So.
Yeah. But I guess maybe you're not implying that, but is the implication or the assumption that a lot of people aren't giving it their all in all the aspects?
Absolutely.
Is it that?
Absolutely.
Do you think that because...
And I have been guilty of that a lot of my life, honestly.
Well, like in the scenario I gave you, like what about that person?
What person?
And the realistic... Well, the person who has an entry-level job, who wants to go higher, but has 2 kids at home, single parent, disability, can't either afford to go to school or can afford to go to school but can't commit the time enough to be able to get it in a reasonable amount of time to move up quickly. Shit like that. Like,
yeah,
these
so
things
sometimes
are beyond...
I think too we look at a problem and we analyze the one part of it or the one problem too much, and when we should be attacking it from a different angle, right? Like, that's a shitty situation to be in. I feel really bad for that person, and maybe there truly is nothing they can do, right? But I would start looking at things like, you know, can you do a 1-day-a-week class, right? Is there programs you can apply to get financial assistance? Do you have family members who can watch a kid for 2 hours on Friday night while you go to that class, right? Is there a bus system that you can take, right? Can somebody give you a ride? Can you know, there's so many different options. Instead of just saying I have too many obstacles in front of me, there's nothing I can do, right? I'm in a really shitty situation. You have to sit down, write down all the problems and all the obstacles. What are potential solutions to all of them, and then you attack them one at a time, right? And then if there's 3 problems on that list that you can't overcome, then, you know, that sucks. And I'm sorry life dealt you a shitty hand. We all have things like that happen.
But do you not think that that's true? That's the true nature of many people's lives, like a high margin.
I don't know that it's a high margin. I'm sure every possibility exists in life. So I'm sure there are people out there who are truly in a position that they can't do much to change. But I would also argue, even in the position that person's in, I would argue they could probably find 10 minutes a day to put in one application a day, and they could probably find a job that's better for them than their current job eventually. Might take a long time. Might take a lot of, 10 extra minutes of putting in an application, once a day or whatever. But
sure. But
I don't know that there's nothing that any single one person can do. It may be a super small step. It may be and this isn't me saying that people who are in bad positions, it's their own fault. I'm not saying that at all. Not at all.
Well,
not
no,
at all.
no,
And
no,
I've been guilty of this
no.
too. I've been guilty of being stagnant in my life and having 5 years where I don't do it. It's easy to talk all this. I've been in those positions as well.
So if we take in the discussions that we've had before, where, let's say capitalism, right?
Here's a great way to
Roughly
say what I'm
speaking.
saying. You have to focus on what you can control and not what you can't control, right?
Right, but do you think there's a possibility that there are people in situations where there is nothing that they can control in the United States?
I think that those situations are very rare, and if it's possible, they're most likely being oppressed or held back, or I don't know, they're like someone being held captive and kidnapped in a basement somewhere,
Okay, no.
I find it hard to believe that there is someone out there who's truly boxed in on all sides of life and there's nothing that they can do, even the smallest thing.
Well, do you think time factors into...
I think time factors in a certain regards. Like right now in my life...
Well, hold on. I want to clarify. Time in regards to the active effort to make that necessary change, whatever it may be. Do you think the time that it would take for those changes to eventually become a possibility matters in whether or not the person should be making those decisions? If it's a 4-year endeavor to eventually get yourself to a job that's better, let's say hypothetically, is that worth the time commitment of that 4 years of more and more struggle, the increased amounts of hardship on the brain, the heart,
that's up
the
to
body?
you as an individual. But
okay,
then
if you
make
understand
the
that
decision,
even if that was a possibility that was readily apparent to everyone, that knowing the outcomes of that might be 4 years of torment, do you think that might play a factor in whether or not they should make that decision?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, everybody has autonomy and they should make these decisions for themselves, right? That's not me saying you're in a shitty position, so you definitely need to fix your shitty position. If you look at your shitty position and you say, for whatever reason, you've made the decision that you don't want to try to fix it or try to do what you can to, then that's fine. That's okay. I'm not going to look down on you or look at you differently for that.
Right.
That's
I guess
okay.
there's so many things, like, I mean, happiness for one, right? I mean, that's like, you got to balance, like, is it worth...
Happiness shouldn't be defined by how successful you are or how much money you make.
Well, happiness
that's
would
not
be...
where happiness comes
I
from.
guess in this context, the happiness would be the relief of stress, of any factor that is weighing on your life, whether that be like your finances or the time commitments. Like, if you don't have time to yourself, like, that's an important factor to consider too. It's like, some people in positions where they don't have children, who might be in shitty situations with like an entry-level job and no education or something, based on whatever you could argue is the reason why they are at that point in their life. There are so many other things to weigh against, like, is it worth like spending every second of free time that you have in order to get your self into a better position? Some would argue yes. Like, I hate to reference them because I don't really know any other examples, but like, like the Andrew Tates of the world, or not, maybe not. Okay, not Andrew Tate. What's his name? Who's the guy that tore his feet up doing a 5K marathon?
I have no idea
on his
who you're
bare
talking
feet?
about.
whatever, that guy's like, yeah, fucking basically every second of your life you need to be pursuing greatness, essentially. Maybe not to that extreme, but there's people that say that. Like, is that, there's got to be a balance, right? And then if you prioritize like a little bit of your time to retain or to keep the stress levels to a manageable state where you can still feel even the slightest bit of happiness from day to day, I wouldn't say that withholding some efforts to move forward because of that or to obtain that is like someone not putting in the full work.
It's not.
And there's really no way to gauge that.
I think I'm coming
right?
out looking bad in this conversation. It's not.
No.
You determine what is fine for you and what you want to put the work into. But I truly believe, I think it's really easy to say I'm stuck and there's absolutely nothing I can do. I think that's very rare and probably doesn't happen unless you are in certain unless you're a prisoner of war, or like you're kidnapped and you're held hostage in somebody's basement, or you're being oppressed in your country because you know whoever you are, or that's an oppressed class or race or whatever, right? Like obviously those are like systematic failures and problems that you have to fight against, right? That are really going to hold you back. But in a country like America, right, or in other countries, in first world countries, you could be in a really tough and really shitty situation and have the deck stacked against you a lot more than other people. But there is definitely still some stuff within your control, and it's your choice on whether or not you want to try to take steps, however small or big they be, to try to fix it, right? I think it's really easy to just kind of give in to despair and everything, and everybody does it. I've done it myself, dude. I've been on medicine for depression. I've had depression before. I've had medication for it, right? All the health stuff that I went through the past 2 years with physical health stuff, right? With my autoimmune disorder and everything. And then also losing my parents the past 2 years and everything, right? Like, I've had everybody is going to have hardships in their life. Nobody gets out of life without hardship. Nobody, right? And I know I said, and it's not just about improving your situation. Doesn't have to just be about your job or money or anything like that, right? There's other avenues and angles to find happiness, right? It could be as little as, can I find, maybe I enjoy the outdoors, or there's literally scientific studies that say that, sunlight is a positive for everybody, even if you don't think you like it, right? So can you find 10 minutes a day to get outside and be in sunlight, right? Like maybe you're indoors all day or whatever, right? And maybe that's not possible for you, right? But maybe there's another change that you can make. But
I'm locked up in the basement.
And I'm not accusing anybody of this or saying that. I feel like there's a lot of people, and I'll include myself in that. You get at a certain point in your life and you just feel stuck and you're stagnant and you don't do anything, right? And really the key to changing any situation, whether it be job, financial, your personal happiness, your health, anything, I think, is just actually starting to try to tackle the problem and taking whatever steps are available to you, right? You might be in a city situation, you might have the deck stacked against you, but if you don't try, nothing is ever going to change, right? And that's all cliche bullshit to say, right? I've definitely done that. I paused my life for 2 years while both my parents were dying because I wanted to spend time with my parents, but I just felt overwhelmed with life, and I didn't make any positive changes in my life. I didn't do anything to further myself or my family, right? I literally quit my job at the time to be with my parents, right? And there were a lot of other things going on in my life at that time period that I felt like the deck was stacked against me. I was probably going to be laid off at the job that I was at the time when I did it, right? But so, I mean, I get it. And it's really easy for me being in a better position now to say to someone in a shitty position, hey, you just got to put in the work. But, sometimes you just got to be honest with yourself. You got, if you don't start, then you'll never have a beginning.
You miss all the shots you don't take.
Right. Exactly.
Raf said, stop. Financial security is the #1 cause of stress and strain on couples in the U.S. and Canada. The whole money isn't everything. It only applies when you're financially stable. And I think that is the core of, well, first of all, the discussion we're having is
we're not just talking about
the
financial
principles.
security, but sure.
Well,
yeah.
that's a big part of it, right? And it's not wrong, or she, I don't know. Sorry. They're not wrong, but the point, the discussion that we're having is like what you can do. And I think that the core of what I'm trying to say is that there are situations where, and it's up to you as the person, if you're working your ass off, you have one tiny thing in your life that takes up the rest of the time that you have free to yourself. Let's say it's an hour a day of a hobby that you truly enjoy. That actually is the only thing that is keeping you sane, trying to pursue everything else to get to a better position in your life. I would not say that if you keep that hour a day and don't give it up to extend your reach in pursuing that opportunity, that if you don't give that up, I would never say that that is a bad decision, because for the entire core of this is that we shouldn't be in these positions in the first place. We are working with broken rules and a broken foundation, and we have to struggle to be happy in our positions, right? So I think the priority should be, are you happy? Do you have things in your life that make you happy, that offset the stress of your life? If you can manage that, then do it. If you feel you're being left behind and you should be pursuing better things, then you can absolutely do that. And there might be an opportunity where it's what the fuck was that? Lightning?
No, that was my kid dropping something on the floor upstairs.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that was loud. But yeah, so there might be a point in time where you might have to have that conversation with yourself where I have to devote this time from, take that away from what I usually do to keep myself sane or happy, and devote it to potentially and hopefully getting myself somewhere better where I might have more time for that. And it could be family, it could be like just a hobby of yours, anything. It could be video games if it keeps you sane and happy. You know what I mean?
Listen, let me be really vulnerable here for a second, because Indy, I hate talking about what I'm about to say, but
oh god,
before I came to work for you, and before I became a YouTuber, I left a very successful corporate America career, and I made 3 times monthly what I make now. I was extremely financially secure. I am extremely not financially secure right now, month to month, with what I earn. Honestly, right. I stress the fuck out. You're my close friend. You can validate this all the time about money. Now, all the time, right? And I would say it definitely has probably put a little bit of strain on my personal and my personal relationships in my life. But I actively made that change for a lot of other reasons. I made it for my mental health. I'll tell you what, when I was making that financially secure money in corporate America, I was going to therapy and on antidepressants, right? And I was miserable. I am no longer in therapy and not on antidepressants, right? So, money, someone said it, but right, like money can solve a lot of problems, but just because you have a bunch of money does not mean that it solves all of your problems, and it does not mean that you are happy. That is for damn sure.
Right, yeah.
I can guarantee you that you can have everything you want in this world and still be the most miserable son of a bitch just because the chemistry in your head doesn't work right compared to other people, right? So it is not, and there you can have plenty of other problems. So, right, I specifically came to work for IGP because I felt like I was spending too much time in corporate America, working too much. I never got to hang out with my friends. I never had time for my personal relationships. I never had time to focus and put energy on things that I was passionate about. I took a huge risk. It's had a lot of positives and negatives. One of the negatives I have to deal with is every month I am eyeing my YouTube page and I'm like, my God, am I going to make enough, right? I go to sleep at night a lot of times and I'm worried because I'm like, man, did I do the right thing for my family? I've got kids. Who am I? What asshole am I to be like, you know what? I'm going to make less for my family and maybe make my kids' future less secure, right? But then I tell myself, you know, the kids probably enjoy having a dad who is happier with what he does with his life, right? Like, so there's a give and a take. Every person has to make that decision. If money is the most important thing to you, that's fine. That's great. Then pursue that, right? If your personal fulfillment and happiness, right, or creativity or whatever it is the thing for you, then pursue that, right? But you're doing yourself a disservice if you just throw your hands up and say, I'm stuck and I can't do anything about it, because I guarantee you there's a few things you could probably do about it.
Right.
So,
right. But I think the disagreement here is that there can come a point where there's nothing else that you can do realistically that can improve your situation because of outside. And I see this comment here from Sunshine and Lollipops, and I think that's kind of like a really weak way of summarizing what we're talking about, because I think it's obviously a mix of both. They said they're like, I'm focusing on the external focus of control, and when you're talking about the internal focus of control. They say internal focus of control makes you much healthier and happier. While yes, on its own, to exclude the fact that there are external components that influence even your decision making on what maybe you think is important to you, or what opportunities you think you deserve or should strive for, you can't exclude that. That is absolutely a huge factor. The only reason why we're even having this discussion in this world, on this stream, with this internet, on your TV, whatever, is because we live in a world that we live in an environment that has these parameters. These parameters dictate how we operate. If we were anywhere else in the world, it might be a little bit different. We might be having a different conversation. We might be having a different conversation in a different country like Canada, where healthcare is free. American healthcare sucks. It's very expensive, right? That's just putting it lightly, right? But we could have a different conversation if we're including the topic of finances, because there are different things to consider. You will have different allocations of your funds if you don't have to pay for healthcare, whereas if you do, okay? That's not talking about how the healthcare systems are anywhere. I'm just simply talking about finances. There are absolutely, undeniably external factors that weigh heavy on the decisions that we make. I read that comment and I was like, that's kind of like a really
that's why I said it's
weird way to put it.
It's important to be honest with yourself, analyze your situation, and then it's shitty, and you should definitely take the time to process and grieve or do whatever you need to for the things that are weighing you down that you can't control, but focus on what you do control.
Yes.
And make changes there. And the other stuff that you can't control, it sucks, but you just gotta, it is what it is, right? Now, if you have the resources and the time and you want to fight the system or try to change the things that are out of a lot of people's control, fucking go for it. More power to you, buddy. Do it. Yeah. You know, but a lot of us aren't in that position, right? So then you just do what you can for yourself.
That's another thing too. I think with the way that our society works here is that we are trained to believe, like truly believe, that money is the most important factor. So there's a lot of people pursuing that money that will never obtain what they probably actually want to strive for. They've just been conditioned to believe that that's what they have to get in order to get the happiness that they're likely pursuing. I think at our core, that's what we're looking for anyway. If that is in the form of monetary value, then sure, go for that if that's really what it is. But a lot of times people will pursue that and never be happy. And there's a lot of people who will live in poverty, but also potentially be happy. That it happens. And I think, again, the entire discussion we're having has gone on crazy long than I thought it was going to be.
Sorry, man.
But
I don't even know how we got down this path. What the fuck did this
video game costs? That's what happened.
What was it? How did the fuck did this stream become this? I don't know. This stream is gonna get so many passionate comments.
You know what it was? It was someone clip it. It was the fucking moment when you brought up something and I said, "Ooh, are we diving into politics now?" Look where we are, dude. Look where we are.
I feel like politics has an impact on all of this, but we didn't directly talk about politics.
Oh,
but
it has. Dude, there's so much.
It has a
it's
huge
laced
impact. It's
with
laced
politics,
with it.
dude. Of course it is.
I know.
We've already shit talked capitalism like twice.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of people, and maybe it's not known to the everyone else who might be in better positions of to pursue something, but there are a lot of people who, due to external factors that limit their internal control as well, that may not be able to ever reach anything. And it's kind of like a ladder, right? Each step increases in height, and there are going to be people who can get up that high and reach the next step, pull themselves up, but then they're stuck. And then maybe there's some guy that's slightly taller with a longer reach and can reach above them. There's some people who, no matter how much they can change, and it might change their life a little bit, there's always going to be a limit to some degree if there are external pressures or external cracks in the foundation. Mm-hmm. That's the core of it. We can't deny at all that those things exist, because they are the reason why we're even having this discussion in the first place. The reason why we even have to think about inflation or the cost of video games, or your job not paying you enough and you got to reevaluate that only exists because the foundation is what it is.
You know, people hate on me for playing game demos a lot. The reason I play game demos is, one, I see a game and I'm excited about it, so I want to play a game demo. But I also play game demos because it saves me money. So
game demos are nice because then you can determine whether you're going to buy it when it comes out now. So.
Yeah, it also helps me not waste my hard-earned money, right? Because I'm making less than I used to. So I can play a game and I can determine, is it worth my time later? And it's free, right? So I'm trying to bring it back to a more lighthearted.
That was 2 hours, I feel like.
I know it was. I'm trying to bring it back to games, which is how we started.
About 50 or so viewers since this conversation started.
I'm not surprised. I'm also, there's going to be, here's the other problem with talking about stuff like this. I honestly kind of wish I hadn't. I know I started this, but but with talking about stuff like this, I don't think I said anything wrong or regret anything I said. But there's going to be somebody who watches the stream.
Yeah, this is why we don't talk about it. Yeah,
right. They hear something at a moment in time, they stop watching at that point, and then they make an angry comment, right? And then they just assume oh, Skilly's an asshole because he said I'm the reason, I'm the problem. It's that's not the point of the whole thing I said. The point of the whole thing I said is just
That's why whenever I brought up a counter, I would say what you're saying is true. It's not wrong. And I was trying to preempt that, honestly, in my brain. I'm I know people are going to hear what you're saying and are gonna twist it, and I don't want that for you because I know what you believe in and how you're feeling.
Doesn't matter.
They always do it. It doesn't matter. But now maybe if they hear the conversation in full, which they won't, because they'll clip it.
Nobody ever watches the full stream. Well, okay, wait. The people that are still here usually watch the full stream, but besides that, not everybody watches. And
we've had great interactions with everybody here. Seems like it was a good talk. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Hey, Kovar, you're right. Kovar said, Skilly, someone will always be angry no matter what you do. Kovar, this is true. There's a mantra that I've tried to internalize as an adult, which is
it mantra or mantra?
Mantra, whatever.
You're the fucking English major, dude.
I think you could say it both ways. But that's a long conversation. That's another side path that I don't want to go down right now. About English and dialects and regional accents and pronunciation of words. So
it's mantra.
Okay. Well, agree to disagree.
Sorry.
No, I'm
Sorry
kidding.
Oh, okay. Sick.
Which is if you're not making somebody angry, then you're not doing something worth doing. So
right. Alfred IGP is a great wingman for soothing potentially angry viewers. This is interesting because I feel like I've heard it all, because in my spare time, if I ever watch stuff, it's usually conflict driven, whether it's debating or atheism, Christianity stuff. I've seen so many arguments from so many different angles about so many different things. As soon as I say something or Skilly says something, then I'm that could be misconstrued. If someone clips that, they might not
I'm
saying
taken
that
out of
we're not at
context
the level
all the time.
right,
all
but
the
we're not
time.
at a level where it's like we're all of a sudden going to be on the, you know, all over trending on Twitter for something we said. But it's still kind of like I don't like even like one person in the chat like misconstruing something. That's why it's like important to correct.
I always
but
feel bad when somebody takes something I said the wrong way, and it's like, well, I didn't mean it that way, and I'm sorry you took it that way, but that wasn't what I was trying to convey, right? Like, I feel bad for that, and I don't want that person to have like a misconception of me. That's a human thing on my end, but I also, the logical part of me realizes that, you know, I'm on the internet and not everybody's going to agree with everything you say, and not everybody's going to understand what you're trying to say from your head, you know?
of course.
So,
yeah, I'm looking at Sunshine and Lollipop's retort to me and says, there's always something you can do to improve your life, even with external factors that you can't change. It's important to focus on what you can change. That's the point of focus of control. It's like, yeah, if you said that first, that would make more sense. What you did in your first comment, and I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just like, and maybe it's tone detection in text, but it seems that you're dismissing the entirety of the fact that your internal control is in some way dictated by external factors, and you can't do that. Yes, you can change, and I think that's very important, but there are limitations more than likely due to external stuff, or possibly even personal things. I mean, it's, you know, you have your own limitations. But again, the point that you're making and the point that Skilly was making is that know what you can control and change that. Yes, very important. But to say that that is, or even imply that that is all you need to do to get that better opportunity is not always true. And it won't always be for a lot of people. For a lot of people.
I think it's also important to like make sure you're tackling the right problem. A lot of people will think they know what the problem is and then try to fix that problem and
help. Yeah,
and they're really not like actually, it might still be a problem what they think is the problem, but they really need to solve two problems before they can solve that one, or they're not going about the problem the correct way, right? So it's really important that you analyze what you think might be the problem, define it, and then tackle it, right? So it's really easy in an emotional state or a knee-jerk reaction state to convince yourself that, well, things are this way because of X, Y, and Z, instead of taking a step back, maybe getting someone you trust, you know? Like IGP and I have conversations offline all the time. Like I'll get a certain response to a video, or he will, or we're seeing something or something changes, and I'll be like, you know, we'll vent to each other all the time, and then we'll talk each other off a ledge, right? So I know not everybody has, you know, at all times in your life that type of person, but if you can find someone who, you know, you trust, who you can, you know, sometimes work through things like that with, that's really important too. So you need an objective third party sometimes. So.
And what a better someone than today's sponsor, BetterHelp, with 15% off using code HOTTUB.
I would never take a BetterHelp sponsorship.
No, absolutely fucking not. What? That's a joke, guys. Just
go see a real therapist. That was so good, dude. That was great, man. Oh, dude. So, this was all a 3-hour ad for BetterHelp. Yep.
This all what it boils down to.
So, oh man. Would I accept gifted games, or do I have a wish list? I mean, people have gifted me games on Steam before, and I've accepted a few here and there. It depends. So if I have a game suggest.
I'm about to gift you that Jesus game. Hold on a second.
No, I have a game suggested list. If you want to suggest a game to me, it doesn't guarantee I'll play it, but just submit it on this sheet here. Someone tell me what my own goddamn command is.
There's a play test for this game, dude. I'm requesting it.
Yeah, that's why I sent it to you. I saw it the other night when I was looking.
I didn't know it was a play.
Hold on, let me find my own game suggestion sheet real quick, because I don't know what's wrong with me, and I'll send it to you. But you don't have to pay anything to suggest a game to me.
Yeah, you do.
So,
$10.
No, you don't.
$10 to Skilly. Or me, give it to me.
I have a form. I don't remember what the command is, but I have just like a little short, like 3-question form, I think it is, that you could submit. Is this it? Yeah, it is.
Someone's gonna hate clip that, guaranteed. Arrow what? Oh, the BetterHelp thing? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Here. You can go to this and you can suggest games. I just looked at this sheet last night, by the way. So, but yeah, you can suggest a game there. And I mean, if you're feeling extra generous, I honestly, I hate to say this, Kovar, because some people feel weird about this, but like, let's say you want to buy me a game for whatever reason. First, I would say make sure you take care of yourself and your family first. But if you have extra money and you want to buy me a game or whatever, just donate via Stream Elements or YouTube the game amount. And then tell me in your donation thing or whatever, like, hey, I want you to put this toward, if you would play this game, I would prefer you put this money towards that game. And then I will absolutely, I do make notes of that stuff. As crazy as that sounds, if someone donates to me and they tell me that they want me to use the money for X, Y, and Z, I know I'm putting myself in a pickle here where like, I don't want to have to go back and prove to everybody, but I really do kind of earmark that donation for that. So there was someone 3 weeks ago who donated like $50 and they told me that they wanted me to use it on a night out with my family. Last Friday, I went to the ballpark and we saw a minor league baseball game with my family. And I seriously, the money I spent buying my kids food and drinks, in my eyes, I was like, I've got $50 to spend because this person donated and said they wanted it to be a night out for my family. Like, so I used my business account. So like, but again, always make sure you take care of yourself and your family first. But if you have extra money and you want to donate it and you would prefer that I like, earmark it in my head for something specific, just tell me. So IGP.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to. No,
locus of control. Locus of control is the thing.
Yeah, when I was talking, I thought it was just a mistyping. I'm like, okay, but it makes sense if it was focus, that there was two. No, I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's part of the whole theory I was talking about.
An individual's belief about what controls the events in their life. Okay, so wait, but didn't you type both? You typed focus and locus, right? Did I have a stroke?
Arrow said, so if they donate 100 for a name on an inflatable ducky for next tub stream, then you'll use the money for that. You don't have to donate it for I mean, I don't know. IGP made this hot tub thing. I don't know how to make this.
Wait, what's the question?
Okay, let me change what I said. Someone is always gonna find the loophole, right? Within reason. If someone donates a bunch of money and they're like, I want you to put this towards you skydiving, I'm never gonna go skydiving. It's just not something I want to do, and I'll never do that. So don't donate for me to like skydive or some other outrageous request, because it's just not gonna happen. But if you're like, hey, I would really like Skilly to play this game and I have money I want to give him, and I just want to make sure he sees it or whatever, for whatever reason, you don't have to donate to suggest a game. But if you're like, hey, I would like to sponsor this game for Skilly, it not guaranteeing I'm gonna play it, but that's fine. You could do that. Or you could just for free submit the game suggestion sheet and I will see it. So
right. But wait, I thought you said something about that I made that. What do you mean? What are you
talking about?
Dude, I might be having a stroke. I don't know. You said something about, I don't know, IGP made this.
I was talking about the hot tub thing. Because somebody asked, Arrow's being silly. Arrow said,
okay. Oh, okay, I see.
He said, what if I donate $100 for you to have a rubber ducky with my name on it in the next hot tub stream? Like, I don't want anybody to donate 100 just to put a rubber ducky in. And I also don't want a bunch of donations asking for names on rubber duckies, because there's only so much room in this hot tub and we need room to, bow chicka wow wow.
Brother, you think I won't add a duck every time someone donates $100? Are you kidding me? That is literally it right now. If you donate $100 or more, I will absolutely work in the rubber duckies.
This is such a weird stream and out of pattern for my content, I feel like. I don't know.
Some would say out of pocket, right? And
it is out of pocket. It is really out of pocket, yeah. I don't know.
Hold
scared.
on though, because don't do it. Well, do it because you love Skilly, but don't do it because I don't know if this is going to be a recurring thing, right? I mean,
yeah, I don't know either. I don't know that did this stream do well. I don't know if this stream did well.
I don't think so.
I don't think it did well.
So at all. I don't think so at all. I mean, relative to your normal streams, I think it's pretty middling.
I also listen. I appreciate the sentiment, and if that's what you want to donate 100, I get it. I don't think that's weird, but I would feel weird if if we did do this again, there was one rubber ducky in there, and it said somebody's name, and then I would feel like people coming in and not having seen this maybe would be like, man, Skilly's charging to put people's names on rubber duckies, and that feels weird to me. I don't know. So.
Yeah, but that would be permanent. We would have a permanent rubber ducky.
A permanent. No,
and then,
Paulo,
holy
no.
shit. Wait, but hold on. Because I want to continue this real quick with you.
No, don't stop doing this.
Do you think it's better? Do you think it's better to have the ducky permanent on every stream, or is it to write your name with erasable marker on a whiteboard in the back of the room?
Don't do this.
Well, you got to keep note of it now.
I know, Paulo.
Man, now I got more work to do. What the fuck?
This isn't even your stream. You don't have any work to do. I have to learn After Effects now and how you did this in the first place to recreate it.
I'm gonna have to remove the fog, and then
Paulo, thank you.
You'll have
You're
to
a
have the
legend and a
fog
rock
as a
star.
separate layer over top of the rest of them. I could just render it as a QuickTime animation with transparency, and then you just leave the fog over top, and then the base one will have all of it.
I don't want
to
get into this whole like donate to Skilly and he'll do X, Y, and Z for you. Not because I don't want to do it, but because I don't want people to feel like they have to pay for my
you know
attention.
what? If we're gonna talk about that, I'm gonna bring it up on stream right now. Do you want to go there?
What?
I'll do it right now.
What? I gotta go soon. It's 7 p.m.
So do I.
But what are you bringing up?
This whole topic about you like, oh, I don't know if I really want to do it. It's like, dude, do you think? All right. Question. Press 1 in chat if you think. Press 1 in chat if you think that the money that you give to Skilly goes to his bills and family, or does it go to anything else that is not important or utility related?
Do people understand what you're asking? Because I'm not sure I understood what you're asking.
I had a stroke about 5 minutes ago, so let me rephrase that. Hold on.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Like the oxygen cut off, dude. It was blood supply is like not there. I hate this question as an autistic person. Okay. I mean, this was like more of a rhetorical. You didn't have to type 1. I knew that everyone was going to say 1. It's like, it's understood that when people are donating you money, first of all, the nature of a stream is that you are being funded by people's generosity and their willingness to give you that money because you provide them entertainment and they like you. They know damn well that you are a family man and that you have bills to pay, that you have.
Yeah, every streamer does. I don't disagree with your point here.
Well, no,
I don't understand.
Well, I'm saying you have this hesitancy to like say, oh, I don't really want to get into this because I don't want to seem like, oh, he charges money for ducks. It's like, no, that's not actually what is happening. Is that you're giving what otherwise wouldn't be anything other than a shout out, something to the stream that people are donating for.
Hold on, which Ginny of course just they know $100 stream Ellis donation, said I don't need a duck, but you guys make me laugh. Stay awesome, both of you. Ginny,
well, you're
a legend and a
duck.
rock star. Blurry Finger Plastics, thank you so much.
You're getting a fucking duck. Yeah, okay, Josh, please use it for whatever. This is crowdfunded, homie. This is your job. I think you, above all else, right? Like, you're in a position, we've already discussed it. Everyone knows that you are right at the cusp of your full-time, but you're like, you have to do a certain amount of like videos just to maintain that because you're still growing, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is like when people give you money, specifically at this very moment, people know that you are paying your bills. And that is important because if you don't pay your bills, there's no more streams. They know that. Okay. When you give to like XQC, that shit's going to his next $300,000 watch. everyone knows it.
No, it's
or
going to his gambling
next
problem.
it's $500,000 all or nothing gamble, right? They know that. They still do it then. People want to support you, bro. Like, if you put up a donation goal at the top and says, my bills for this month, and it has a fucking goal, and you leave that there, you might have one or two people who are like, ew, that's disgusting. And you can easily just ban them. Ban, get the fuck out.
Kovar said, how about this motto? Donate to Skilly. Every dollar spent is something IGP has to learn to add to the stream.
Oh my God. That's good.
Yeah, Krusty Breads, I'll admit, I do have imposter syndrome every day, honestly. I can't believe, I really do feel so humbled and appreciative of the position I am in. I thought for the longest time, literally since YouTube began a thing and like, you know, YouTubers like Markiplier and stuff, like watching them, I always thought, man, it would be really, just like a lot of you guys out there, I thought, man, it would be really fun and really cool to be a YouTuber, right? And I literally just had a mental block in my head for the longest time. Like, that's something I can never do. And what broke it for me is my best friend, IGP, did it. And then the other thing that broke it for me was, I don't mean to get super dark, but my parents both got sick and ended up passing away within 2 years of each other. And that kind of like upended my life and my view on like what's important in life. And I was like, man, I want to do something that I give a shit about and that I'm passionate about. And I want to make a change in my career, right? I want to be able to spend more time with my family and stuff. And so that led me to going to work for IGP, which then led me to actually like being like, fuck it, dude, I'm just going to make videos, you know, for several different reasons. And so, and then I ended up here, right? But for the longest time, I like always thought it would be cool. I just thought, nah, I'm not interesting. Nobody would ever watch me. There's no reason for me to even try, right? And then circumstances and experiences in my life caused me to say, man, fuck that, I'm gonna do it. And that's how we got here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So.
And now you're online e-begging for money.
And now I'm online e-begging for money. And if you go right now to the link in the description, you can buy my bath water. No, I'm just kidding. There is no bath water.
Oh, next stream I want to have a little jar in the background somewhere of the tub water.
Oh man.
But no, like my point is, like I've tried to drill it into them. It's like I don't think they're. It's not to say that we like obviously. This is really fucked up to say. Like I've considered turning off like super chats on my stream because I just don't feel like I don't need it, right? So like I understand where Skilly's coming from, but in his position, I think it's a bit different. Like I wouldn't want to also be in a position where like I have to rely on the generosity of others, but that's like it's a mental block that I feel like a lot of people kind of have, because it's like, well, like, do I deserve this or do you need it? Like there's always that hesitation where it's like, oh, you just gave me a large donation, are you like, you should probably keep that, or like donate it to something else that would make you happy. You know, I don't know that I'm deserving of that.
Dude, I can't wait until I'm big enough to like be kind of in your, I don't have to be as big as you, right? But in your position where I am financially secure in this. And then like every now and then I'm going to fucking do a charity stream for something I care about.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
For selfish and non-selfish reasons. One, I want to feel good about myself. but then two, you know, I think just I'll feel personally fulfilled if I feel like I can help out a good cause, right?
Of course, yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. I have so many thank you, guys. Thank you so much for all the donations right now. Now I'm feeling like somebody's going to be like, they planned this so Skilly could get a bunch of donos. See, I always have that negative Nancy voice in my head about this stuff.
I mean, do you think that every time I bring it up, it's not to get people to remind them, hey, if you got something
I know exactly what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, of course it is. But it's also like
Josh
again,
Place
like
said only used for hard drugs. Okay, man, I will buy all of my autoimmune condition drugs with that $10, dude.
One of these times I'll have a needle float up to the top of the hot tub. And it'll have a $10 price tag on it. Got all these ideas now. I got to do them. But yeah, by the way, did you ever talk about our like idea and plans like publicly?
No, for co-streams.
Yeah. Well, now you fucking said it. All right.
Well, you brought it up. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I didn't say what it was.
Oh,
I
think we have talked about this before. We have.
Yeah.
Not maybe in depth, and I don't know that we have time to go in depth right now because I need to go upstairs. Otherwise, my wife's gonna be mad. But
I think like this type of shenanigans is what I would want. Like this type of stuff I would want to do.
Yeah, I agree. So what IGP is talking about is he and I have been throwing around the idea for a while to do like maybe one day a week where we do a stream together, potentially on like his second channel, just because it has a bigger viewership base. And we feel like this style of content would fit better there. And it wouldn't always just be just chatting, but it would just be like kind of whatever we want to do, whether it be something silly, whether it be just chatting, whether it be like, you know, playing a game that we don't really worry about whether or not the game does well.
Okay, sorry.
You know?
Co-stream means like a stream like this where we're both on the same stream.
Not
but it's
that
like
we're
a dedicated
each streaming.
It's more like a dedicated show.
More like a dedicated show,
Yeah, not like both of us streaming at the same time.
Yeah.
Just to clarify.
Just us collaborating and working together on one stream on one channel, wherever it would be. The problem is we're both uber busy and haven't had time to sit down and actually like hammer out all the details. So
yes,
that's the problem. And we both also have very high standards for ourselves. So unlike today's stream, which is very out of pattern, I feel like, even though it may not seem like it to you, we usually, even as chaotic as sometimes some of our stuff seems, we do tend to like put a lot of thought into the content that we do behind the scenes. Yeah. So today was weird. We just kind of threw this together. I was in a strange mood today.
Like, yeah, you could ask him. I was like super excited to.
I was too.
Like bring this back up. Yeah. Like I love doing stupid shit like this. Like last time with my Urge stream, I like just having something like, I don't know, maybe a little bit more flashy than your standard like talk podcast.
Yeah.
I like to have more interaction and like unexpectedness to it. But we would have to plan that out.
Oh my God, guys, I promise you, I know I'm hurting him. I'm reading every message and everything. I feel you guys are being so wonderfully nice and generous and just thoughtful. Like, first off, I'm glad I'm not on camera because I'm getting my allergies are bothering me a little bit. But I very much appreciate it. I see all the messages. You're all legends and rock stars, blurry finger blessings. I'm not saying it to each one right now because, in my opinion, it just feels insufficient. So, I really appreciate it. Jesus Christ, man. Dude. Alfred, thank you. All right. Can my duck have the word cat on it in honor of my cat? And could the duck be a cat? Thanks. Yeah, but it has to be
not for $100.
It has to be on the opposite side. No, shut up. It has to be on the opposite side of the tub. I'm glad I don't have a problem with cats, but I am deathly allergic in real life, and I'm already drowning constantly. I can't have an allergic reaction at the same time.
Well, okay, well, I know everyone, I think I know how everyone feels here, but I mean, like, there's no one in chat that, like, thinks it's a bad idea to maybe have, like, a donation goal for bills every month.
Yeah, I need to do it.
You're at the cusp.
I need to do it. You're right.
I think it's important. Like, is there anyone that objects to that, genuinely? Like, if you have any ill feelings towards that, speak now or forever hold your dick.
Hey, my other thing with that though is, listen, I'm just bringing up why I've been so hesitant. It's not me saying I'm not going to do it. My other thing is though, I'm also like you, like I care about like sometimes the game I'm playing, right? Like I feel like it kind of ruins the immersion or the cinematic quality when I have all these overlays. Like I'm 50-50 on already having my big dumb face and like my scream and death counter, even though a lot of people like it. I feel like my screen is cluttered. And sometimes I don't like it. That's why sometimes you guys will see me not have a scream or death counter. And it's just because for whatever reason that day, I'm like, oh, I'm playing this game and I'd rather not have it just because I feel like I'd rather people like focus more attention on the game or whatever, you know? So I don't know. I'm weird. I got that. There's a little bit of that creative tinge in me like you have, you know? You know what I mean, Indy? Did you leave me? Did you drown?
I'm so sorry. Like right as I heard that question mark, at the end of your. I was typing to my wife. I'm sorry.
Fine.
What was that last part?
You're fine. I was saying I have a little bit of that creative tinge in me, like you have, which is where I want the game and the streams and stuff to be immersive, and I don't like all that extra stuff on the screen. Even though I have my heart rate, my face, my death counter, my scream counter, a lot of times there are instances if I like am really passionate about the game or I think it's going to be really cinematic, I'll like take those things off and I tell stream like, hey, I don't want these today because I feel like, you know, it interferes with the vibe, you know what I mean? Or I'm weird.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I feel like a stream hippie. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that's the reason why I don't do face cam. But I think I don't know. Like you gotta weigh that, right? Like I don't know if you've seen other people's streams, but they're cluttered. Okay. And everyone fucking enjoys them.
I know.
I don't think most people would mind. I think in a live setting, most of the time it's kind of like, yeah, people are immersed in what you're doing, especially if the game calls for that. But I think for the most part, people will be okay with it. I mean, and it doesn't have to be intrusive, really. Like you can have a donation goal as a progress bar on the bottom, like an ad, you know, that yellow line. You could do that.
I always feel bad because I'm so slow. I've been wanting to do VR, and I bought that VR mic that you recommended me, and I've had it for a month now, but I haven't set it up yet just because I haven't had time. And I keep telling and teasing people, I'm like, I got the mic, and I show it on stream. I'm like, I'm gonna do it, but I haven't done it yet. I need, I need to find time.
Yeah, I mean, you'll. I think again, like obviously, I was reading, but I don't think anybody had any objections to that. In fact, everyone I think is really like, you need to do it.
99.9% of the community are amazing, awesome people, and they're pretty much fine with whatever. Is super supportive.
And they understand like the reason, like there's no like secrets here. The reasons why you would do that is the reasons they already understand. Like they already know you're doing it.
What
like, that's
VR mic? I could give you a link for Amazon on America. Listen, I haven't used it yet. So I can't vouch for quality.
I can.
Indy said he can, but
I'll tell you, I did. It's been so I haven't used it properly. I've tested it on my Go XLR, but I did countless hours of research to find one that I wanted to work with a VR setup, and this is probably the best one if you care whether or not your mic is a condenser. Or dynamic. This is though, take this with, it's not like a mic that connects to your VR headset. It's if you are trying to record, if you're like a creator and you're trying to record VR games, because the problem with it has an XLR connector. Yeah. The problem with the mics that most creators use, like myself and IGP, the really high quality ones, is in VR, right? You've got a headset on, you're moving around. If you move out of range of the mic, then people can't hear you and the audio's all weird. So this mic actually, like, it sets on you, but has a similar or the same quality level as, like, you know, our Shure SM7Bs. So, but I'll give you a link here. Hold on, just give me a sec. By the way, when you do your EQ to reduce the bass on it. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. By the time it hits like anyone's ears on YouTube, they're not going to notice. Yeah, I just have to find the order in my Amazon account real quick and get you the actual. You just got link. VR ceiling cable mounts. That's dope. That's cool. Yeah, here is the link. This is Amazon USA. And it's not that expensive for a good mic. It's $100, which is a lot, I know. But like my Shure SM7B that I use every day with you guys was like $400. So it basically goes around you. Yeah, it is. You do get like a foam on the mic itself, but it isn't, I would say it isn't the most comfortable if you don't position it right. So again, 94, if this was are you making content with this? Is that what it's for? If you're making content, then this is what I would recommend for quality. If you have something that can take an XLR jack, like a Go XLR or anything.
94 said it's VR, comfort is second.
Yeah, right. If it's not for content, then I would recommend looking at just a traditional lav or maybe a headset mic.
What CPU do we recommend?
CPU?
Yeah, I guess just for computers, I would go with AMD. Don't go with
Yeah.
Intel right now. Go with AMD, and then from there it depends on your budget and your motherboard and stuff. But AMD, anything, I would say 5,000 series up to the current 7,000 or 9,000 series would be good. So depending on your budget. AMD CPUs are fantastic the last several generations.
Yes.
So like AMD Ryzen Series 5, 7, 9, any of those.
Yeah, the Ryzens.
So yeah, AMD Ryzen, AM4, AM5 platform, Series 5, 7, 9, depending on your budget, whatever you want to go for.
Yeah, AM4 is on the way out, so yeah, probably avoid that.
Yeah, if
Plus,
you
I
could
think,
do an AM5, it'd be better for sure.
The prices are lower now, I
or
think.
higher, but yeah.
I don't know. I haven't thought about building a PC in a while. I haven't even looked. I don't care. I'm at the point where if my shit works, it works.
I will say, I know XLR cable, it's an extra purchase, right? But there are converters. So, like, if you buy a mic that is only an XLR mic, which is the type of plug-in for those that don't know, you can buy, it could potentially impact your audio quality a little bit, but you can buy an XLR to USB converter. They do exist.
94 says they have an interface, an XLR interface.
Okay.
So that should work. Yeah. I'll say this: the mod mic is cool, but if you plan on making content, I don't know if you're loud. It's going to be a problem. It's a condenser mic, and it's very sensitive. I guess is the best word to describe it. The one that Skilly sent you is a dynamic. So
if you're going to make content and you want to, that's the plug. Hold on, I have a mic recommendation that I have personally used that I really like. That's on the cheaper side. It's from Shure.
Yeah, mod mic is nice for convenience because, especially with VR, you can just stick it to the side of the VR headset, and that's it.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, dynamic. Yeah, go with the one we sent, or if Skilly's got a better recommendation, go with that.
This is starting to get mid-price range for a good mic, but the Shure MV7 is a really good mic, and it's half the price of what IGP and I use. It's 200 instead of 400.
Oh, are we talking about not VR?
Well, if he's talking about not, I thought he moved on to not VR because he was talking about mod mic.
Oh.
Is he not? If you're talking about
no
VR,
idea.
I haven't.
I just wanted to. I didn't know if we were talking about the same guy. This is my bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can take an SM87 and make it sound like this, easy with the Go XLR or any other interface.
I would say you can't go wrong with a Shure or a Rode product for mics. All of their audio stuff is good. It's just, and I hate to say this, microphones are kind of one of those things that this isn't always true, but generally, the more expensive the mic, the better, unfortunately. It's just true.
Yeah.
But, you can buy a cheaper Shure mic and it be way better than 90% of the other mics out there. Same thing with Rode.
Yeah.
RHODE. Those two brands, you can get them on Amazon. You can get them from audio visual stores, stuff like that, or you can buy them straight from their websites. You can't go wrong with their products. They're just fantastic. So
yeah. Also, there's a like I said, the Shure SM58 is actually the most common microphone that live performers use. If
you're a musician,
I actually use that alternating between the 7B and that one. And it's a quarter of the price, and just some EQ adjustments. It's literally undetectable, the difference. It really is. I mean, if you really think about the components, Daniel actually has a buddy who makes mics from scratch, and he just buys the parts directly from the manufacturer. He can build an SM7B for $20.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but you have to know what you're doing. Big time.
You do, like him, yes.
You really have to know what you're doing.
Guitar pedals and microphones, yeah, from scratch. Yeah.
So, all right.
My dad is the best mic I know. That's a good one. Yeah,
I gotta
know.
Go, somebody donated. You don't have to, but do you want to answer that question? I feel like that's a you question and not a me question because that wasn't.
Where?
Any plans for the Grandma Savers or IGP podcast?
Not Grandma Savers. No, that's done. podcast? I don't know. No, probably not. I don't think so. I mean, the stuff that we were just talking about now would be streamed to like the second channel. So I think like that's the nature of that content, and it would just be kind of moved over there. But that's just going to stay there and kind of phase out of existence at some point.
You know what? You recorded the raw audio for this, right? You could take that and just upload it over there if you want. No.
What, the IG podcast?
Yeah.
I could, and do that little animation stuff I did.
It'd be like, this is the last video I'll ever post here. No. Okay. Talking
what
about
happened to the
Clickbait
grandma
earlier.
savers? Oh no. Well, Icy stepped away. We're not doing it anymore. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I say, listen, tell me to fuck off, and if this is completely, you know, not my place, you can tell me, but Grandma Savers was a side project between IGP and Icy. Icy, you know, made the decision to leave the group and do his own thing, and so naturally that means Grandma Savers ended. I was a guest star on there sometimes near the end for just a few videos, and that's why I don't try to be mean to Indy or push anything over to Indy, but like Grandma Savers was his and Icy's, so I feel like a lot of times it's not my place to talk about it.
Right.
When people ask me about it, but that's just the truth of it.
No, yeah,
So,
I understand that.
Yeah. So tell me if I shouldn't have said any of that or if I was off base. You can call me out. I'm good with that.
No, you're not, dude.
Yeah. So
I know why. Yeah, that's exactly what I would say too if asked. It's like, well, yeah, he wasn't really a part of it from the beginning, but yeah. Sorry, guys.
That's a weird ending.
Yeah, that's a weird ending, dude. You gotta say something else.
So, I don't know what else to say. I feel like we traveled so many roads this stream.
And that's just the first episode of
just the two of us.
Just the two? Is that no? There's no way. There's not a podcast show with that name already.
Do you think? Oh, hold on. I gotta Google that.
100%, dude. There's no fucking way. That's such an
until
easy.
8 p.m. if we keep doing this.
Wait, I gotta go, dude.
Yeah, I know. I gotta
eat something today. I haven't eaten since we started recording with Dre earlier.
You absolute madman.
Where have I gone? I haven't gone anywhere.
There
I've been
is
here.
There is a podcast, a husband and wife team that talk about stuff they like: music, movies, television, occasional snark. Just the two of us podcast. So yeah, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Damn it.
An AI guest. Oh, that would be so fucking funny. Actually.
Oh God, that would be kind of funny.
Oh.
So.
Mark that down. That's a good idea. Maybe one.
I'm making note of that right now. Hold on.
Yeah. That's fucking hilarious. I could go through the whole process of convincing it to tell me whether or not it had plans to fucking take over humanity. That was a fun conversation. Also one where I like bitch slapped it into subservience.
that would be funny as shit. So someone said weird endings are on brand for us. That's kind of true. I'll give that. That is kind of true. I know Indy's got to go. I got to go. Hey man, thank you for just streaming and chatting with me. I had a lot of fun as always, chat. I hope you guys had fun, and Indy's pretty awesome for taking time out of his schedule to just hang out with me sometimes like this on stream. So I really appreciate him. So of course, couldn't ask for a better brother from another mother, dude. So
hope you guys enjoyed it. I know it was off the wall a bit, but I hope you guys enjoyed.
Yeah, I don't know what this was. I have a lot of good feelings and a lot of weird mixed feelings about this stream because I feel like we got deep on this one. So
we did. Yeah, we did.
So, and I don't know if anybody brought protection. I don't know if that's good.
Oh hell no! Protection for pussies.
All right, thanks everybody.
Use protection. Sorry. That's why I have faux kids.
That's the perfect ending. Thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate all the donos. Have a good rest of your night. I'll be back tomorrow with an edited video. Take care.
That was fun. Bye.